Caressima Republic, you had your citizenship, spirit, mind, and body. Yo, and we about to get into it today. Yes, sir.
Dear Biden,
Dear Biden.
I feel like it's some unaddressed issues
Yes,
we need to
sir.
speak about on behalf of my community
Bang,
and
bang,
American
bang.
people.
I wish I had some special effects right
Yeah.
now.
Dear Biden, in the midst of our country divided in size of pies and riots outside deriving from whitest supremalitis, the pandemic isn't COVID, it's something worse than a virus. Stumping, stirring the violence that go viral on the news channel, subscribing to be silent on the sex traffic agenda that got families going childless. How is this? Hell, I keep it a buck, but I can't promise I'm unbiased. But between me and you, Joe, I think it's some things you hiding. Like it's
Come on
8
now.
women publicly that's claiming that you touched them since 1993, so you ain't new to these abductions. It's 2 on top of that, you keep it low-key with a budget. We gon' get to them, but just before I change the subject, you post for women's rights, that contradiction is disgusting. You really a misogynist, perverted in your lusting. How you into that and you got daughters, do you love them? Apparently you don't, cause
All right, that's enough. Hey, y'all see it. Y'all know what we here for today. Today, right? I gotta make it clear why I'm doing this too. We talking about politics. We talking about the government, right? Some of the crooked entities within the government. And I'm gonna make it clear why I'm doing this because I know it's a lot of people in the spiritual community that automatically think we should be disassociated with politics as a whole. I, for one, believe that at a certain point of time, right? Pretty much my whole life, I was separate from politics. I was separate from government. I think that is a notion of ignorance, right? That's something that's an attitude that I carried in ignorance and not understanding that there is never a government, there never will be a government that is more powerful than the people, okay? So the democracy is special because it gives people the opportunity to voice their suggestion for candidates, okay? That's what makes the democracy special amongst other types of governments in the world, like monarchies or empires or things like that, with emperors and kings and things like that, right? Like in China or in England, I don't know how those things work, but I do know that here we have an opportunity to choose, right? I gave the definition of election in one of my other videos. Check it out. It's the one I got on the yellow hoodie. It's the science of politics. But elect ion, elect means potential energy, just like in an electron, just like in an electromagnetic spectrum or field, okay? And ion determines the motion of potential energy, okay? You put these words together, you get election, and now you're determining, right? You're giving your power, your energy, right? Your motion, right? And with the ion part of it, you're giving your motion to an elect, to a choice, okay? To a potential energy, okay? And, that's the science behind election. You're giving motion, you're giving energy to someone. That's why you have to be educated on who that person is, okay? So, ultimately, that's a whole different spiel. That's something else. That's etymology. We're going to get in, you can go check out my other video for that. But we got a lot to get into. I believe that this government is collapsing. I believe that this government is falling apart. And in order for us to ensure that happens and a new system comes into play, we have to take responsibility and initiative in moving forward as a unit to renovate politics. I heard Kanye West say, everything gets innovated except politics. We change everything. We switch up everything for the better except politics. Okay? We gotta renovate this system. We need to get the cool kids in there. We need to get niggas like me in there. We need to get some people like the spiritual YouTubers we watch. We need to get them in office, right? We need to learn about the office, and then we need to assume office. And I get people in my comments to say that's not possible. We can't do that because the system is built against us. It's rigged. We have to unify. We come up with a unified front. That doesn't mean we have to resume politics, resume government the way that it's being ran now. That's why I said innovate. We need to educate ourselves so that we can understand how to empower ourselves so that we can move, right, as a government, you know, based off of the union that we create, based off of the people, the union in the people that we create. The union that we form will determine the new form of politics. Okay? I know a lot of people don't like that idea. They don't want to hear that. But I think taking the easy way out is simply saying that you don't care about politics and you don't care about government and it's all rigged. I know. I used to do the same thing. It's the easy way out. But now as I'm becoming more enlightened over these times, right? In these times, rather. I'm starting to understand the beauty and the power, the prowess behind understanding government, understanding branches of government, understanding politics. Okay? So, without further ado, whether you agree with me or not, there's some other things that you need to understand is that we have crooked politicians inside of our government. And the first segment of this video is for people out there who are melanated, humanitarian, whatsoever, right? Whoever you are, that autonomously vote Democrat, right? It's especially for the melanated community. Autonomously vote Democrat. You don't have any merit in your premise. You don't know why you vote Democrat. You just know that you vote Democrat because it's generationally what we've always done. You just vote for Democrats. I'm going to show you why that's not in your best interest. And I'm also going to show you I don't think eating on a thing is appropriate, but at the same time, I really don't care, and I don't think y'all care either. It gives character to it. So, without further ado, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not anybody in a government supporter necessarily. These people got a lot of proving and a lot of showing and doing it. From the research that I've done, they all got a lot of proving to do. But Trump has done some great things, right? We're going to create our own system, our own government, our own party, right? But we have to understand what's going on right now. We have to educate ourselves on how it works because we can take things from the government. We can get into the government, restructure it, but we have to learn how it works, right? Because we can adapt, right? We can take things and then we can adapt. We can put more on top of them, okay? So I know this was a long-ass intro, right? It was definitely a long intro, but we're going to get into this, man. And we're going to start with your boy, Sleepy Joe. He is not who y'all think this man is, okay? Joe Biden. You know, and it's the perfect night to expose some demons. Halloween night, blue moon, I'm feeling energized. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. If you ain't already liked, subscribed, commented, you feel me? Get in that, hit that like button. Bang, 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 bang. Because we letting it off. YouTube took my last one down. I hope they don't take this one down. Bang. We letting it off. You feel me? Like, I already said that. Comment. Y'all know how we do. Charisma Republic, getting them comments. You know what I'm saying? Comment and makes the community real. And subscribe if you haven't already, so you could keep getting this juicy, good content. Why to not vote Biden or Democrat? Okay? Without further ado, let's get into it. Boom. Creepy Joe. Okay? That is a nickname, a moniker that Joe Biden has been given by multiple people on multiple occasions. Okay? So, you know what? We just gonna get straight into it. Let me read this for y'all. A former Nevada state legislator named, you know what, let's see. Yeah, a former Nevada legislator named Lucy Flores wrote a personal essay that New York Magazine published on Friday in which she described an encounter with Joe Biden at 2014 campaign event. Flores says the then vice president came up behind her, touched her shoulders, and kissed the back of her head. The behavior, she says, wasn't criminal, but it made her feel uncomfortable. Amy Lapos, a former congressional aide who recalls Biden rubbing nose with her at a 2019 fundraiser, similarly said the incident wasn't sexual, but also that there's absolutely a line of decency and a line of respect that Biden crossed. On Tuesday, 2 more women came forward to the New York Times with similar stories they described as having made them uncomfortable. Flores' account has raised some of the usual questions about what exactly happened and whose memory is correct. But the real issue with Biden isn't the facts. The issue is what standard of conduct is acceptable for men in power. The Onion's parody character, President Nixon into a habit quite quickly, making remarks about women's appearance. Yeah, okay, so that's nor there. Let me see what else I got to read to y'all before I hop in something else. Okay, I got another article over here. You feel me? Let's get into it. So y'all get what's happening so far, right? Joe Biden has a problem, right, with being creepy, being awkward, right? Some of the women don't describe the encounters as sexual, right? As right here you see it wasn't sexual, but it's creepy. It's like, why are you coming up behind a woman, grabbing her, and kissing the back of her head? Why are you rubbing nose? I'm sorry. That's a sexual gesture if you ask me. I said I'm sorry because I hit my nose on the mic. That's a sexual gesture if you ask me. Why are you coming up to a woman and rubbing your nose with her if she's not somebody that's a part of your family, which you shouldn't do that shit anyway, but, you know, somebody who a part of your family or your significant other. What? Okay? Oh, shit. Zoom out. Oh, come on, bro. Let me try to hit the 50 then. All right, that ain't work. All right, this worked. I felt him get closer to me from behind. He leaned further in and inhaled my hair. This is a different person. I was mortified. I thought to myself, I didn't wash my hair today, and the vice president of the United States is smelling it. And also, what in the actual fuck? Why is the vice president of the United States smelling my hair? He proceeded to plant a big, slow kiss on the back of my head. My brain couldn't process what was happening. I was embarrassed. I was shocked. I was confused. There's a Spanish saying, Tragama Tierra. It means earth, swallow me whole. I couldn't move and I couldn't say anything. I wanted nothing more than to get Biden away from me. My name was called and I was never happier to get on stage in front of an audience. Oh, shit. Okay, so as you can see, this nigga has a problem, right, with women claiming he violated their space, bro. And this type of stuff, the reason why I gotta do this is because this don't make the news. Like, you know, I think some of this in the defense of the news in this case, I think some of this was actually, you know, a thing that they were, you know, doing a piece on Biden about long times ago, right? But nobody knows this type of stuff, right? It's being covered up. It's an agenda to keep this shit covered, okay? And I thoroughly believe that it's an agenda to keep this shit covered. So we gonna get into this. Okay? Now, we just read like 2 or 3 victims, you know, stories of people who claimed that he was being awkward, he was being weird. So let's go to InfoWars right now, and we gonna watch this video. It's like a 10-minute video. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're gonna watch like 5 minutes, and I'm gonna have my commentary. But pay attention. Watch this nigga. Okay?
Washington, D.C. We need to talk about creepy Uncle Joe. Well, that's not my invention. That's what the Washington Post labeled him back in 2015. Although written in a weird tongue-in-cheek style, the article cites numerous instances where Joe Biden made women uncomfortable by touching and grabbing them. But here's something way creepier than that. The way Uncle Joe behaves around children. Now, let's be clear. Joe Biden has admitted no wrongdoing. No accusations of sexual harassment have been leveled against him, at least publicly. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. But we need to talk about this because one Twitter thread alone, posted by activist and commentator Richard Mills, highlighting the subject, has been retweeted nearly 20,000 times. This is going viral. Biden is also signaling that he plans to run for president in 2020. Current polls show that Biden...
Look at this girl.
All right, well, nice to see you guys.
Now, this one actually made the news at the time. They said the 13-year-old girl, Margaret Coons, didn't think what Biden said or did was creepy. Except she didn't say anything. It was her father, Senator Christopher Coons, who claims she said that. I reached out to Margaret Coons to clarify whether or not...
Look at her face. Look at her face.
She thought it was...
She like, this nigga a creep.
...creepy, and to ask her what Biden said. I received no response. The official story is that Biden was reassuring the girl that his own...
Look at her. She like, nigga, back up. Get off me. Like, she a young girl. She 13, I believe. Like, she's creeped out, bro. She's creeped out. And maybe she is a snooty rich kid. I don't know. You know, maybe she like, you know, just got an attitude, you know, because it be some stank kids. But nonetheless, this nigga, she like, dude. And like, he don't get the hint. This nigga keep going.
His daughter was 13 when he was sworn in, and not to be nervous about being in front of cameras. Except that in all the years Biden was sworn in as senator, his daughter was never at the age of 13. But I'm sure that that's all completely normal. In this clip, Biden appears to grope the chest area of a little girl. The close-up shows her visibly pull away right as it happens.
Okay, so, you know, just watch, bro. Just watch. I was about to say, some of it might be a reach, you know, but it's the fact that this nigga consecutively has multiple, right? It's like 100 of these on this video, okay? Fuck, bro. Oh, okay. I'm sick. I gotta go back. This is InfoWars, by the way. I don't know. A lot of y'all might be hip to InfoWars. I found this video, Creepy Jail InfoWars.
To clarify whether or not daughter was never as seen in this clip.
Yeah, so like, you feel me? Like, he got so many of these. It's so many that it's like, all right, bro, it's just too out of hand. Look,
as it happens. But I'm sure that's completely normal. Biden seems to have a thing for touching, smelling, and stroking girls' hair.
Look at this nigga, though. He be grabbing girls' hair. And it get worse. This nigga will...
But I'm sure
Joe Biden will go as far as grabbing your kid's face, bro. Who caresses a kid's face, right? Watch how he be doing.
That's completely normal. In this clip, Biden strokes the girl's hair before whispering something in her ear.
Am I blocking y'all?
He then asks for a picture with the girl alone.
Can I run with just alone?
Senator Jim Risch then says, "Dad's going
to
stand pretty close."
You hear this nigga? Can I get a picture with your daughter alone? Just a little creepy shit. My bad, yo. I'm having technical difficulties. I keep fucking shit up. Keep pressing the space bar on accident. But yeah.
Dad's gonna stand pretty close.
Dad's gonna stand pretty close. You heard him?
To tell the girl, quote, "If I was young."
By the way, if I were young,
you hear this? In the back. By the way, if I were young, now you could say that's just harmless old man talk, but this nigga has a creepy reputation, so it just makes it worse, bro. It gives segue to the idea that this nigga could potentially be fucked up in the area of sexual conduct. Okay, that's what it gives premise to that. All right, so I got my own postulations about Joe Biden, right? But I'm not gonna say that Joe Biden is a child molester or a pedophile, right? Because that QAnon, they beg for that, right? I'm not necessarily going to say that, even though, like I said, I got my own postulations about Joe, but I want y'all to form your own opinion. But I'm going to say that this nigga is creepy, right? It's like he's kind of creepy. Let's keep going.
But I'm sure that's all completely normal. In this clip, Biden kisses a young girl 3 times as she squirms uncomfortably, while he says, "Don't tell anybody."
Title. He's entitled. This is a long day.
1, 2, 3. Look at this nigga, and then he has a horrible reputation. Like, he has a horrible like all of these children, right? They all pull away from him. He never gets it. It's like you tried to whisper into the last girl's ear. You tried to whisper into the last young girl's ear. She pulled away from you. You're gonna try it every time? They do the same thing, bro. Like, it's clearly a violation of space, bro. What's wrong with you? Is something wrong with you? Your sexual conduct meter is broken, bro. You don't understand, like, that there's boundaries with these girls, with these young girls, you know, come on, man.
I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip, Biden tells a girl, quote, "No serious guys until you're 30.
Look how he pulling her arm. Look at how he's pulling on her arm. He got her like this, and then pulling her arm, and she, like, if you've seen her, she was looking dragged, like dang, like.
Biden tells a girl, quote, "No serious guys
like
until you're 31. Which is one of his favorite things to say to children.
Lucky man. Lucky man.
He's having fun. Thank you, sir.
Lucky me. Lucky me. Lucky me. This nigga's a pervert, dog.
He then poses with the girl for a photo while putting his hand around her midriff.
Look. Bro, that's a little girl, and she's in front of the other dude. She's in front of the other dude, bro. Look at this. Look at his hand, bro. Look at his hand. Bro, if that was my daughter, I probably would have knocked I'm about to say Joe Budden. I probably would have knocked Joe Biden ass out, bro. I'm not gonna cap, bro. I'm not gonna cap. Look at this nigga hand, bro. If that was my daughter, I would have had to at least if I was gonna be politically correct about it, I would have at least had to pull her away to me on the side. He has his hand. Bro, that's a little girl. That's how I take pictures with girls that are my age, my friends, right? If I'm taking a picture with a little girl, little 13-year-old girl, why is my hand on her waist, bro? Come on, this is not normal, bro. It's not normal, dog. It's not normal. Look.
And then whispers something into her ear. But I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip, Biden asks another of his favorite questions, how old the child is.
Come on over here. Good to see you, Molly. How old are you, honey?
12.
Before weirdly stroking the face of her younger sister.
Look what he do to the little sister. Look.
That's nice.
Weird. Oh my God. She just smiling, but
The
look.
mother seems keen to leave.
Why are you stroking my child's face, bro? Joe, bro. Why are you stroking a child's face, bro, buddy? Why are you stroking like a child's face? Like, it makes me cringe. It makes me angry. The thought of it, like, why are you doing that? It's weird, bro. It's weird.
Quickly. But I'm sure that's all completely normal. In this clip, Biden again tells a young girl, no dating until you're 30, before putting his hand near her breast.
You remember what I told you last time I saw you? Do you remember what I told you? No, not smile. No date till you're 30.
That's weird, but that one not that bad. In fairness, this one is not that bad.
But I'm sure that's completely normal. Here's an entire montage of Biden telling girls, quote, no dates until you're 30.
Mr.
How old
Vice
are you?
President, my sister
Just
Fran.
remember, no dates till you're 30.
Let me skip some of this.
Come on, look at us. Go through. Slide it. And girls, remember, no date. Beautiful child. How old are you, 17? Oh, 6.
This clip, a young girl catches Biden's attention.
Oh
He
my
then asks
God.
the 6-year-old
Look at this
girl
nigga.
if she's 17.
Oh, I fuck it up again.
Child, how old are you, 17?
He then asks the 6.
This nigga pervert meter just went off, clear as
But
day.
again, I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip, a young girl catches Biden's attention.
Look,
he
look,
then
look,
asks
look.
the 6-year-old girl if she's 17.
This nigga was seeing a little girl. Bro, that's how I look at when I see a fine ass woman walk past. He see a little girl. He look, make sure nobody see him. Follow after her. Ask her how old is she, bro.
Beautiful child. How old are you, 17? Oh, 6.
He then begins stroking the girl's
Look.
face before her mother draws attention to the cameras.
Do you have any
What
other
do you think
family?
about all those?
What is he
Biden
doing?
then strokes the girl's hair again and tells her, you guessed it.
No
Dating
dates
till
or
you're
boys
30.
till you're 30 years old.
He then strokes her hair and kisses her again. He
Oh
then
my
grabs
God.
on her face
Oh my
and hair
God.
again. But I'm sure that
That face stroking shit is weird, dog. Don't touch my baby face like that, dog. Period.
completely normal. In this clip where Biden is meeting 3 teenage girls, he trots out his favorite line.
3 teenagers.
I want to know if you have a big cancer.
Oh, I got a concertina wire.
All right, good. You need it. Just remember, no serious guys in the car.
That's right.
That's all you got to
That's
remember.
good
It's all
advice.
right.
One girl then calls out for her dad.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well, let's get the senator in here.
And appears in a rush to leave the room. But I'm sure that was completely normal. This clip, Biden again asks a girl aged around 8 if she's 15. He then whispers something.
All right. That's enough of this, bro. That's enough of that video. That's enough. Is we don't gotta watch that whole thing. Okay. So we just advanced from Creepy Joe, right? Now we're going to waltz our way into some of these sexual allegations, some of these sexual accusations. Okay, right? Because we just tackled Creepy Joe. We didn't get into none of the sexual allegations. We only talked about Creepy Joe. Now let's talk about super sexual, right? Super sexy, sexual white chocolate Joe. Let's talk about him, okay? I be zooming in too far. You know what? But no, that's good. Over the last year, former President Joe Biden has faced scrutiny over his interactions with women, as well as his refusal to apologize for controversial behavior. In March 2020, former Senate aide Tara Reid alleged that Biden sexually assaulted her while she worked for his office in 1993. Biden has unequivocally denied assaulting or harassing Reid. 8 women, including Reid, have accused Biden of touching them inappropriately or invading their personal space in ways that made them uncomfortable. Now, let me tell y'all something about the mainstream media and Joe Biden. They are so soft on Biden, right? Even when something has to come out, because it's a lot of information we're going to get into tonight that they're blocking, but even when something has to come out, they're soft. They buffer it, right? So, as you hear say, have accused Biden of touching them inappropriately or invading their personal space, right? That invading their personal space, right, is undermining the have accused Biden of touching them appropriately. It should have been a sentence right there, right? It should have been a sentence right there. Or even if it's not a sentence right there, just the fact alone that it precedes that invading their personal space sounds way less, right, creepy, sounds way less sexual. So I'm not necessarily saying that this article is doctored to make Joe Biden look good, but at the same time, I'm saying that the media has a track record of buffering stories about Joe Biden, censoring them to the point of dwindling them down to a bunch of nothingness. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these women have said more that this article, right, is not bringing to the forefront in order to cover Joe Biden's ass, because the Democratic Party is involved with the censorship of big tech, but we're going to get into that, okay? 7 of the women have said Biden's behavior did not amount to sexual harassment or assault, okay? According to this article. Biden released a 2-minute video. All right, we don't need to talk about that. You know, he was apologizing pretty much, okay? Now, right here. Reid first alleged in April 20. So there's 8 women who said he touched them inappropriately or he invaded their personal space. 8 just on record, okay? He's a politician, so if it's 8 on record, then there's probably some that he was able to cover up and pay. He has money, he has power. It was probably some who's too scared to even say anything about this man. But 8 out of all of that, right? If you got 8 of them public, you got some private, bro. They say when you see a roach in the house, you got an infestation. When you see a mouse, you got an infestation. It's hundreds of thousands of them, okay? Hundreds of thousands of them. Okay? So, I hope y'all can't hear that shit when I'm chewing loud as hell. Reid first alleged in April 2019 that Biden would repeatedly put his hand on my shoulder and run his finger up my neck. That's what a bunch of other women were saying. While she was employed in his Senate office from December 1992 to August 1993. Now, let me ask you this question. Let me propose a question to y'all. You know what? Let me finish it. Then I'm going to propose a question. She also alleged that she was asked to serve drinks at a work event because Biden liked her legs. Reid says she refused to serve the drinks. Her work's responsibility were reduced and she left her job. In March 2020, Reid first publicly alleged that Biden sexually assaulted her in 1993, pressing her against a wall in a Capitol Hill corridor, reaching under her skirt and digitally penetrating her. So I'm going to imagine that digitally penetrating her means that he was pretending, right? He was doing it through his pants. It wasn't bare. This light is bright as hell. He giving me a headache. It wasn't bare, you know. It was covered, and he was just like as if he was in a virtual world. He had her body up against the wall, and he was just into it, right? Like pretty much dry raping her. Reid said she filed a complaint with the Senate Personnel Office concerning Biden's alleged sexual harassment and retaliation, but didn't mention the alleged assault. Okay, so now if we have this woman, this is the question I want to propose to you. If we have this woman who's pretty much identifying, right, with the same way these other women say he inappropriately touched them from 1993. This woman said this, okay? The other women's stories that we read, there was like two or three other ones that we read where he did the same thing. He walked up behind a woman, caressed her, put his nose on her nose or put his nose in her hair, smelt her hair and shit, all types of weird stuff, right? I hope I'm not clipping and getting too loud. I keep saying what I hope. Well, if I am, I'm gonna learn from that. Right? If he did that to multiple women, as this story alleges, it matches the other stories, and we just seen videos of him doing the same type of shit to a bunch of little kids, caressing them, like that's his behavior. We know that those are his behavior patterns, okay? And one of them has come out and said that he actually sexually assaulted her thoroughly, digitally raped her pretty much. Why wouldn't there be more? Why wouldn't there be more who are just being silent? Why wouldn't there be more who have been paid off, right? We got to ask ourselves that question. Why wouldn't there be more? If all of the stories match up, right? We've seen it on the video probably 10 times, 10 to 15 times. We just read 3 articles before this one, okay? That's about 15 altogether. Why would it only be one? Why would he have the same behavior all of this time, doing all of the same things, and only one leads to the digital penetration? Why would it? Right? So that's the type of questions that I ask myself. You know, I don't know. Right? I would expect that there would be more. Like I said, when you see a roach, you got an infestation. Okay? When you see a mouse, you infested, my guy, you know? That's how I see it. Okay? So now, we have this woman by the name of Jessica Lee Collins. I believe that's her name. You can search that. You can look it up. This woman has been utterly blackballed right? No news story will pick up. No news will pick up her story. She was making YouTube videos for a second. Now she's apparently in jail. Okay. From when I checked the comments on her page, it seems as if there's a conspiracy going on against this woman that's been having her put in jail falsely, okay, without merit. And the reason why is because this woman claims that she was trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. And not only was she sexually trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, but at some point, Jeffrey Epstein auctioned her off to Joe Biden. Okay? Now, this is not mainstream news. Like I said, the mainstream media has not picked up the story. One may think the mainstream media has not picked it up because the story is not accurate. I, on the other hand, believe, just as more information we're going to get into these slides are being censored, this information is being censored. Okay? And she's being made to look non-credible or not credible, although she has a credible sounding story. Okay? And even if it was not credible, my simple quarrel with the mainstream media would be, why do they decide what's credible and what's not? Why don't they give us the option to decide whose story is valid? Okay? Why do they determine what's censored and what's not? Why don't they give the media an opportunity? I'm sorry, the people who observe the media, an opportunity to think for themselves, to determine for themselves whether they believe a story or not. Now, I understand that, you know, when you have a certain platform, you can't just let anything get put on a platform. You can't just you can't have it have no filter, right? But Twitter will go as far as allowing pornography on their site. You can go on Twitter and you can watch a woman get sexually penetrated on Twitter. You can go on Twitter and watch a man die. George Floyd was killed. It was put on Twitter, right? Another man in about 2016 was shot. It was on Twitter. You could go on Twitter, you can watch that, right? But if there's damning news, potential, allegedly damning news about Joe Biden, it doesn't come out. Twitter has censored multiple Joe Biden stories that we're going to get into. Why? It doesn't make sense. To me, that doesn't make sense because, right, what is the implication of the alleged Joe Biden story? What's the implication, right? Right? There's no criminal implication of the Joe Biden story besides Joe Biden and his family. But I mean, right, who does it hurt to let that story come out besides Joe Biden? Okay, right? Opposed to letting a black man get killed and you put it on your platform. Let that come out, right? That's damaging to everybody who sees it. That's traumatic to everybody who sees it. A man was killed and it was put on a social media platform. Or letting children have access to seeing women get penetrated, sexually penetrated, and do sexually graphic things on a public platform. Twitter. How do you censor a story about somebody, Joe Biden, but you don't censor the death of someone or the sexual explicit content from someone else? It makes no sense. It makes no sense, right? But you'll put a story out about Donald Trump in a heartbeat, right? I'm just showing y'all, right? Because I know some of y'all don't believe in the government. Some of y'all don't believe that we should even pay attention. You think it's low vibrational. I'm just bringing to light. I'm bringing to light the corruption that goes on inside of our world, inside of our government. For the spiritual people who think that it's low vibrational, right? I'm bringing out the corruption so that we can understand how to move forward through it. And for the ones who are, who I'm doing this for, who are being forced to vote, right? I got friends of friends who are being forced to vote. They're still young. They live with their parents. They're being forced to vote by their parents. So they're going in there and they're going to vote for Joe Biden. I'm doing this for people in my family who don't understand why you shouldn't vote for Democrats or Joe Biden. This is what I'm doing it for, okay? So I know I just went off on a riff, right? If you got anybody, too, who you think needs to know this information, send them this video, please. That's why I made it, okay? So I know I'm going off on a riff, but let's hear this woman's testimony. You know, you tell me. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Y'all tell me what y'all think if y'all think this woman is a liar, right? Or if she's being blackballed or she's being censored, right? I know sometimes it's hard to tell with women, but I believe her. I believe what she's saying, bro, because there's some fluidity to her story, okay? I ain't got a lot to compare it to, but when you compare it to Joe Biden's behavior, it's not hard to disagree. I mean, to agree, okay? So let's see.
I am a real victim of Jeffrey Epstein. The reason you don't see me in the news is because I am a real victim. Real victims are not being represented by attorneys or in the media. I was trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew Windsor by Deborah Palfrey, the DC madam. I was a student at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. in 2002. I answered an ad in the city paper. The ad was ambiguous. Deborah was professional. I thought I was going on a real job interview. Instead, I was drugged and raped by Paul Hung. I tried to tell Deborah what happened, but something she said made me realize she knew what happened. At that point, they had my driver's license, and I did not know what to do or where to go for help. At that point, I was driven by Jonathan Luna to the Bethesda Marriott on Pook's Hill, where Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew Windsor drugged and raped me. I have tried to get help. I called the police. I was abducted for 2 weeks.
Damn.
I was moved from Washington, D.C. by Ed Norris, who was the superintendent of the Maryland State Police. He is now an actor on the show The Wire and has a radio show.
Damn.
My name is Jessica Collins. I live in Virginia. Today is September the 3rd, 2019. If anything happens to me, it's because this
happened in
information
2019,
is true,
y'all.
and I have a lot more information about who I was trafficked to in the government, people who are in the White House today. If you could redistribute this video, please save it and redistribute it. If anything happens to me, at least I have this out. I have been threatened. My car was disabled by a government employee when the Jeffrey Epstein news
Y'all hear
broke.
that? Her car got
I
disabled.
have been without a vehicle for 40
Why-
days.
Why would she be lying about that, bro? Why would she be lying about that? Now, women can be devious. Women can be conniving, can be devious, but why would she be lying about having her car, damaged by government officials? Why would she be naming people, multiple people by name? Okay, if she couldn't back this story up, like it's weird, bro. And I got a sensitive intuition. Okay, now she's not sitting in front of me, so I can't necessarily thoroughly call it, even though I do believe her. But I got a sensitive intuition. It don't look like she reaching a lie. It don't look like she reaching a lie. So either she got her story down packed as hell, or
I don't know what else to say. Please save this video. Please redistribute it. Please try and spread it. There is no way that this is going to get out there in the media unless we, the American people, do the work. The government is involved, and I was trafficked for nearly 17 years. Please try to help by redistributing this,
17
tweeting it, talking
years.
about it. I'll do everything that I can. Thank you for listening. I hope that together we can get to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah. See, I ain't gonna lie. I believe her. I believe her. Now, here's what she say that she was trafficked to Joe Biden. I'm pretty sure it's this video.
I have tried since yesterday to get another video out to give some more information and to try and explain what's happening.
We're gonna pick it up too. We're gonna pick it up in a minute.
And it's proven to be a lot tougher than I had ever imagined.
Let me
What I
skip some of
said
this.
in the original video that I posted, I have contacted every one of the attorneys that claims to be representing victims. I have spoken to a journalist. I don't remember now what day it was. It was
She got
a few days ago.
You gotta get to the point, baby.
I can go into all the details. I just know that not everybody has all the time for this. I have been reporting that I
And she
have
seems
been
emotionally
trafficked,
distraught,
with
you know?
various agencies, beginning in 2003. The first agency I had reported to was called SWAP, Sex Workers Outreach Project.
She said she reported to somebody in 2003 called SWAP, Sex Workers Outreach Program.
Workers are nothing more than sex trafficked victims.
Sex trafficked
By
victims.
a nicer name. It's still illegal. They told me that they could test me for AIDS and give me condoms.
The
That's
fuck?
one thing that many times that I've tried to reach out and get help. I've already said in the first video what happened to me when I answered an ad, which is coercion. A lot of these legal terms were things that I didn't understand until recently, when my daughter, who was also trafficked,
Oh my God.
and subjected to a lot of the same circumstances as my
Her daughter was also trafficked. That's crazy, bro. Like why would she be lying about her and her child being sex trafficked?
self. She died under suspicious circumstances.
She died under suspicious circumstances. And they got this woman out here on YouTube. No, she ain't getting no play. Nobody's, you feel me, passing along this story. Her daughter died under suspicious circumstances. She was also sex trafficked. Why would she lie on her dead daughter's name, right? Even if her daughter wasn't, sex trafficked, she's dead now. Why would she lie on her dead daughter's name? Why would she do that?
And, I've been speaking out about that for a long time. Everything that I am dealing with is extremely difficult.
And they got
Not
this woman in
just
jail right now.
because of the emotional trauma that I've suffered as a victim of this sex trafficking ring, but also because of the continued victimization in the media.
You hear?
And
You hear? Now, I ain't want to just, you feel me, believe any and everybody, dog. But she's speaking my language. The censorship of the media. Okay, it's something that they do. It's real. We gonna really get into that. It's more videos. I hope I'm not screaming this bitch off, bro. We gonna get into that. Yeah. I think my shit clipping. Hold on, y'all. My shit, yeah. Let me see. Turn my shit down a little bit, just to be sure. Just to be sure. Can't never be too sure, right? Better safe than sorry, right? If it get too low, my bad, y'all. But I feel like my shit was too loud. Okay. And it's better to do that shit a little into the video, 49, 50 minutes into the video, than do it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, where was I?
by the attorneys and those in power who refuse to do the right thing. I mean,
Okay, so I ain't want to just believe everybody, but it matches up, bro. The media, they censor shit. They censor certain shit that they don't want to get out. She already said she tried to meet with certain people. She tried to file certain lawsuits. They know what the hell going on. They know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? They just don't want to give it light. They need the candidate to get into office. Joe Biden was their last hope. He's their best hope. Hillary Clinton has been compromised. You want to know why? Because Bill Clinton has been compromised on several occasions. Ghislaine Maxwell has confirmed that Bill Clinton was on the Epstein Island, okay? She has confirmed it. There's been multiple women who said Bill Clinton raped them on the Epstein Island. The Epstein Island deals with pedophilia, child sex trafficking, right? It's a sex traffic ring. That's the headquarters of the operation. Ghislaine Maxwell, who is Jeffrey Epstein's lover, has, right? She was his co-manager of the island and has said that Bill Clinton was there. Clinton's emails leaked. The Pizzagate thing, okay? We heard about it. She's compromised. She had 30,000 leaked emails that deemed her untrustworthy to the United States of America. She could not, in the eyes of the people, be considered a strong presidential candidate. It's too much propaganda behind her name. Okay, Joe Biden was the only right. Let's first talk about Bernie Sanders. He's too liberal, right? He's left, but he's too liberal. He's too liberal. He doesn't have the same views as all of the Democrats. Okay, and he's stubborn. He can't be controlled. Joe Biden is the only one with a clean political slate, which is not necessarily clean because he did some crazy shit in his political career, right, that we're going to get into in this. But Joe Biden has the cleanest appearance amongst those who could have been seen as formidable opponents to Donald Trump, okay? He's the last hope. He's the last hope. He's the last hope. Okay, so they need him. They can't allow certain information to come out that's compromising to their plan for power, to the Democrats path to victory, right? They want to rise. They want to be in power, right? As they should want to, being that they are a political party, right? Their agenda is definitely to obtain political prowess, but it makes sense. That's what's going on. Okay, so I'm gonna give y'all one more video of her. I know it's taking a long time. We're gonna get past it. One more video of her, because this is one where she actually says his name.
Them keeping my video witness testimony from me is that they plan to use it in some way. So what I've decided, the best thing I can do is to redistribute the same information to the public hope that
this is information that she claimed that she gave to a news source called True News, and they never got back with her. She kept it there. She didn't know why they kept the video, so she decided to tell the information to the public because she didn't know why they didn't give her her interview, okay, that she recorded with them.
Good people who have access to these the evidence that I will detail can obtain and safeguard that. And so I've decided that that's what I'll do, is just recreate the same testimony and distribute it on YouTube. So one of the perpetrators that participated in sex trafficking me, among other high-level prominent politicians, was Joe Biden. In 2003.
Why is nobody picking up her story, bro? Why, bro? Right, this shit seems. I be fucking shit up. This shit seems realer to me every time I watch it, bro. Every time I watch it,
I believe
Joe Biden, bro. She's about to give a descriptive series of events on how Joe Biden handled her while she was with him. Listen.
I believe it was 2003. It could have been 2004, but I am fairly certain it was 2003. I was approximately 23 or 24 at the latest.
I know he loved young girls
at the time. I looked extremely young for my age. At 23 or 24, I appeared to be in my, I appeared to be younger than I was because I have Oriental
He
blood.
thought she was 14.
And so I could be passed off as 16.
Look,
or
look,
17.
look. The nigga
And
thought
so
she
Joe
was
Biden
14.
took me on a commercial
The
flight.
nigga thought she was 14.
When he was a senator. I believe it was 2003, possibly as late as 2004, to Manzanillo, Mexico.
You hear?
To an all-inclusive resort for 3 days.
She's giving places. She's giving record. You could stuff shit that could be looked
reserved
up
our stay under the premise that we were newlyweds
by the FBI.
so that he could get a discount. On the way there, he kept holding my hand in public.
Listen to what she's saying,
I
bro.
told him that I did not feel comfortable with that and to please stop.
This woman been blackballed.
While we were at the resort, it was his time, so I had to obey whatever his desires and wishes were.
It was his time.
But on the flight, there and back, it was very bothersome to be seen in public with a man so obviously much older than myself, and very, very uncomfortable. And so I requested that he stop, and he would not stop. He kept doing it. He did it on the flight back, and he told me verbatim, good luck getting back without a passport. He didn't pay me at that time. He tried to leave me in Mexico. I've also lived in New Mexico. So he tried to leave me in Mexico and told me,
poor little baby.
He said, good luck getting back without a passport. Because I didn't have a passport at all. And
For
so,
all y'all who people making y'all vote, show y'all people this.
The flight was commercial. It was a smaller airplane. We were sitting together. That was one of the places where he was holding my hand, and I was really disturbed by it and asked him to stop. Because I considered the travel time my time and not his paid time. At the time, I had a Bank of America bank account. That was some of the information that True News gathered from me. Bank of America, under the name Jessica.
Look, she giving receipts.
Leigh Collins.
She got receipts.
The flight to Manzanillo, I believe there was a connecting flight in Texas. So there would be flight records for Jessica Collins. In the year 2003 to the final destination of Manzanillo, Mexico. Once I returned home, I changed my flight. The counter girls at the airline were nice enough to help me. And even though he tried to leave me, they helped me get back. He still had not paid me as promised. And so I called him, and he did agree to send the funds. It was around $2,000.
She got receipts.
Some odd hundred. And I believe, from the best of my recollection, that was transferred into my bank account, my Bank of America bank account.
Okay, so we're going to start right there. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to keep listening to her, name is Jessica Leigh Collins. Y'all can go into that for yourselves, okay? So now, continuing on to the corruptness of Joe Biden, okay? Let's get into it. Sexualized and corrupt family ties, okay? Sexualized and corrupt family ties. Now, let me tell y'all something that's going on with the Biden family, right, that a lot of you may not know. Some of you may know, a lot of you may not know, and a lot of you may not know to what extent, okay? Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son, okay? Right? So Joe Biden has his own set of issues right now. Running for president, it's a bunch of shit being leaked out about his ties with women that they trying to block from mainstream media, right? On top of all of that shit, he has a delinquent ass son right, who handles his business affairs, who's running around and exposing the family. He's exposing the family. Like, he's not coming out saying certain shit, but he's out of his noodle. He's a crackhead. Like, it's on the record that he's a drug addict, okay? And he's reckless, okay? So he does things. So apparently he lives in California, but he was in Delaware for whatever reason. He had his laptop. He left his laptop at a specific place in Delaware. I forget what the place was. The article may reveal that to us. And his laptop was released, right? Or his laptop was given to. Okay, his laptop was given to. I got roommates downstairs, and somebody just walked in, and I heard it. I didn't know who it was though. His laptop was given to or confiscated by the FBI. Okay, they called or they made calls. They tried to get the laptop back to him, but once you leave it somewhere at a certain amount of time, then it becomes property of the establishment. They went to wipe the laptop and they found disturbing things. Okay, now let's go deep into that. Okay, because it gets deep. So I will say this: spoiler alert. Before his laptop was actually released, before it became news to the FBI or to the public, there was a dissident of China, someone who lives in China who does not agree with the laws of China, right? Who opposes the Chinese government. He has intel within the Chinese government for whatever his position was, right? For being a part of his country, and he blew the whistle on the fact that Hunter Biden's laptop was in the hands of the authorities, right? It was in the hands of the authorities, and that it was going to be released soon. And the Chinese dissident, and this was before anybody knew what was going on, the Chinese dissident claimed that it was from the Chinese government. This was a scandal from the Chinese government, right? In order to assert some authority against the Democratic Party, in order to assert some authority against the Biden family, to remind them who's in control, who's in charge, right? To remind them that they have to take Trump out of office or else, right? More people are going to be exposed, right? That's what the dissident said, okay? And the reason why his testimony is credible is because he said the laptop was going to come out and nobody listened to him, and then the laptop came out, okay? So now, since somebody warned us that it was coming out before we ever knew, before the FBI even had it, okay, we have to listen to the rest of the things that he had to say. But before we get into that, right, that was a spoiler alert. Before we get into that, let's read on it, okay? The shop's owner then contacted federal authorities about the laptop and hard drive, and he turned over the hardware in December after being served with a subpoena, the story said. Before turning them over, however, so, they had this a long time before they let the public know. A long time. Okay. The whistleblower blew the whistle on this in September of this year. They had this since December. Fuck. Here I go again. So my bad. It's a correction that needs to be made. I think I said that he had it before the FBI, right? The dissident said about before the FBI knew about it. No, it's before the public knew about it. Okay. Before turning them over, however, the Post said that the shop owner made a copy of the hard drive and gave it to the lawyer representing former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. The Post said it learned of the alleged emails after Steve Bannon, the former White House chief strategist and Trump campaign CEO, alerted the outlet of their existence late last month. And Giuliani gave Post reporters the hard drive on Sunday. The article included a photo of the federal court subpoena showing that the FBI seized the computer and hard drive in December. It's unclear why the Bureau subpoena or seized the hardware after the repair shop owner voluntarily told the authorities of its existence, right? They didn't understand why the laptop got subpoenaed by the FBI, right? Like, that's rare, right? That's weird. Like, you leave something somewhere, you leave a laptop somewhere, right? Next thing you know, right, it's at the establishment. The person who has the laptop that you left has it at their establishment. And next thing you know, the FBI is coming in and subpoenaed the laptop. Yeah, we need that laptop. Like, what's going on, right? Why would the FBI subpoena the laptop? They knew it was some damning information on the laptop. That's what was happening. Last year, the Star Ledger newspaper described Wilson, okay? So apparently, let me see. I don't want to read before my time, okay? Okay. So here's a segment about the FBI agent, okay, that was assigned to the Hunter Biden laptop case, okay? The Ledger newspaper described Wilson as an FBI agent based in New York, New Jersey, who has spent nearly 5 years working full-time on child pornography. So the head, right, the head person on the case behind his laptop, who subpoenaed the laptop, okay, was a child pornography expert, okay? This is stuff that the news is not telling the public, okay? So it was subpoenaed by the FBI. Why? Okay, it was subpoenaed by the FBI, and the head FBI agent who is in charge of the subpoena was or is I didn't get his full name like an idiot, but his last name's Wilson, I believe. Oh, it's Joshua Wilson, okay, who is an expert, which I even looked him up. He's a known expert in child pornography and sex trafficking, okay, child abuse, okay. So why is that something we need to be, the FBI needs to be concerned about? Why do they need to put their top guy on child pornography, child pedophilia on the Hunter Biden laptop case, okay? We're going to get into that. It's unclear whether the FBI employs more than one agent named Joshua Wilson, but the available evidence seems to show that Joshua Wilson, who signed the subpoena for Hunter Biden's laptop, and the Joshua Wilson, who investigates child pornography for the FBI, are the same person. This raises the possibility not explored by the Post, and the FBI issued the subpoena for reasons unrelated to Hunter Biden's role in Ukraine and Burisma. Okay, so now let me break this down for y'all. There's two aspects of this laptop. One, there's child pornography and pedophilia on the laptop. So child pornography means that there's pedophilia on a laptop, which means that there's evidence and there's video footage of Hunter Biden having sexual relations with children on a laptop. Confirmed. It's confirmed by underground journalists. It's confirmed by Rudy Giuliani. Okay? This is confirmed. This has been confirmed by very credible people. Very notable and credible people, but it does not make mainstream media. When I tell you it's confirmed, it's confirmed. And the person who blew the whistle on the laptop also said that there's very explicit, very brutal child pornography on this laptop, okay? Pedophilia on this laptop. Hunter Biden having sexual intercourse with children, Chinese children on this laptop, okay? It would make sense why the Chinese would use that to implicate Hunter Biden as, like I said, a form of bullying almost, right? A reminder, like, we're in charge, buddy, okay? That's one aspect. That's the most low-key aspect of it all. What the media is trying to dwindle it down to is that there may have possibly been some correlation between the Biden family and the Ukrainians, right? The Ukrainians and the Chinese on this laptop, okay? That's what they try to dwindle it down to. Like, they're, you know, and the reason why they do that is because as a public, we're desensitized to the idea of foreign invasion, of our government collaborating, right, with other countries in a form of treason. We're used to them saying, oh, Biden is working with the Russians. Obama is working with the Russians. Biden's working with the Ukrainians, right? It's desensitized us to the point we don't even know what that means. We don't even know what it means when they say, our politicians have been linked to some form of foreign coercion. Okay, they've been linked to they've had links with foreign governments, okay? Like, I don't even know how to explain it. And, you know, it's because we don't even know what that shit means as a public. We don't even understand what that means. We're desensitized to it. It represents treason. That's all it represents, is treason. Illegal activity, right? Illegal tampering, illegal transactions between governments of different nations. Okay, that's what it represents. But we're so desensitized to that. They try to dwindle down the article. They try to dwindle down the contents of this laptop to something as desensitized as foreign interruption. Okay, I hope I explained that properly. But there was a whistleblower, right? As the Biden family tried to ignore this laptop coming out. Okay, they tried to not speak on it at all. It was left to the former whistleblowers, the prior whistleblowers, to confirm the knowledge based off of their sources. But then the bombshell of a member of the Biden family business, right? The businesses of the Biden family, a partner in their business by the name of Tony Bobulinski, came out and blew the whistle on the corruption of this family. He blew the whistle. He said, you know, he provided the phones, the receipts of the receiving end of the emails, right? He confirmed that the emails were real that had released on his laptop for conspiracy of him having illegal relations with China, illegal financial relations with China and Ukraine. And he blew the whistle, and he unenveloped a lot of things that people only viewed as speculation. Okay, so he actually came out, and this actually made the news. Okay, but what do? They don't blow it up. They don't blow it out. They don't blow it up really big on the news. And all of the news outlets don't pick up the story. Okay, only some of them, and the ones who do aren't enough to echo the reality of what's actually going on far enough beyond their platforms. They're not bigger than CNN. They're not bigger than C-SPAN and so forth. Okay, so listen to I forget his first name. Listen to Bobulinski for a minute. Okay, Tony Bobulinski.
A lieutenant in the United States Navy with high security clearance.
Okay.
My father and grandfather both served for decades in our country's armed forces. Since leaving the Navy, I've been involved in various successful businesses, both in this country and abroad. I'm making this statement to set the record straight about the involvement of the Biden family, Vice President Biden,
Vice President,
his brother Jim Biden,
yeah,
and his son Hunter Biden, in dealings with the Chinese.
Corruption.
I've heard Joe Biden say that he's never discussed business with Hunter. That is false. I have firsthand knowledge about this because I directly dealt with the Biden family, including Joe Biden.
Directly
I've
dealt
also
with
heard that Vice President Biden said on Tuesday that Senator Ron Johnson, the chair of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, should be ashamed for suggesting that Biden family sought to profit from their name. Well, here are the facts I know, and everything I'm saying is corroborated by emails, WhatsApp chats, agreements, documents, and other evidence.
Nigga got receipts.
And the American people can judge for themselves. I brought, I guess, for record, 3 phones that spanned the years 2015 through 2018.
Damn.
These phones have never been held by anybody else besides myself. I was told this past Sunday by somebody who was also involved in this matter that if I went public this information, it would bury all of us, man. The Bidens included. I have no wish to bury anyone. I've never been political. The few contributions I have made have been to Democrats. But what I am is a patriot and a veteran.
Yes, sir.
To protect my family name and my business reputation, I need to ensure that the true facts are out there. In late 2015,
so pretty much he's saying, I got to put this shit out there before it come out, and I'm implicated in the wrong way because this shit crooked. These niggas was doing crooked shit. Let me get it out there before this shit really come out, and then I lose it all.
Approached by James Gilliar, whom I had known for many years, about joining him in a deal which he said would involve the Chinese state-owned enterprise CEFC China Energy and what he called one of the most prominent families in the United States. I was informed first by Gilliar and then by Hunter Biden and by Rob Walker, who was working with the Bidens, that the Bidens wanted to form a new entity with CFC, which was to invest in infrastructure, real estate, and technology in the U.S. and around the world, and the entity would initially be capitalized with $10 million and then grow to billions of dollars of investment capital.
Billions of dollars
After months of
in investment
discussion,
capital.
I agreed at Gilliar and Hunter Biden's request to become CEO of the entity to be called Sinohawk.
They needed
Sino
a buffer.
representing the Chinese side, Hawk representing Hunter Biden's brother Bo's favorite animal.
Yep, they needed a face
And
that was
between
not
February
them.
and May 2017, we exchanged numerous emails, documents, and WhatsApp messages concerning Sinohawk and its potential business.
Okay.
On May 2nd, 2017, the night before Joe Biden was to appear at the Milken Conference, I was introduced to Joe Biden by Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. At my approximately hour-long meeting with Joe that night, we discussed the Biden's history, the Biden's family business plans with the Chinese, with which he was plainly familiar, at least at a high level.
At least at a high
I
level.
had numerous communications with Hunter, Walker, Gilliar, and Jim Biden regarding the allocation of the equity ownership of Sinohawk. On May 13th, 2017,
Okay.
I received
So
an email
there's a lot of
concerning
jargon
allocation
that
of equity.
we don't necessarily need to listen to. The gist of it is this nigga corrupt, and it's a nigga who was doing business with them that recently, Tony Bobulinski, that came out and got the receipts to prove it that they corrupt. Right? He going off a list naming different events. Right? And he was a part of, I'm guessing, what he thought was legit in the beginning that turned out to be a bunch of shady, illegal shit that he regretted, and he wanted to be patriotic to his country, and he wanted to save his own ass just in case the stuff came back up. That's something you can find. You can go look at it yourself. Tony Bobulinski, right? The media is censoring this. You can, I'm sure, I think there's a lot of people who know about this. However, it's not being blown out of proportions. That enough should be alone to cancel the Biden family. It's proven treason. It's proven. Illegal communication, illegal financial transaction from an enemy of the state, right? An enemy of the nation. Okay? That's proven. That's proven treason. All right, let's get into the dissident. All right, he's going to tell you what's on. He's going to tell us what's on the laptop before the laptop even comes out, before Americans even knew that there was a laptop. When the FBI had it, he's in China and he knew about it. How does he know about the laptop in America that Americans don't know about? That the FBI doesn't, well, not the FBI, but that the FBI is not telling the people. We don't know about it, but he knows what's going on in the American government. How? Right? So that means there's some truth to his claim.
据细据可靠的，过几天大家会在外。
I gotta read it because it's subtitles, so I'm gonna read it for y'all. In a few days, you should be able to view from
外媒都会一个个见到，说江增梦大家知道是曾知道是谁，梦出手了，有3份重要的硬盘已经到了司法部手上，本来是他们给司法部的，但是被司法部里面的这个拜登这一派给按下来了。但是鬼使神差咱们爆料革命的战友，具体谁咱们就不说了，也司法部在这然后把这个终于到了川普总统手上。很多人说这到底什么东西
？It will definitely shock you.
说出来肯定让大家震惊绝对震惊。
Absolutely.
大家收好心脏把心脏先吃点。
Maybe take some heart disease
这个心脏病的药准备好。
Are you ready?
拜登之子亨特·拜登这个东西回头都可以验证的。咱们说的都是叫做站在今天说未来今天说未来的这个说未来。站在未来说历史亨特·拜登的哪些东西黄色视频
sex tapes
这个虐童视频，
pedo tapes,
一家一家的啊，
one by
这个
one.
亨特拜登的
Hunter Biden.
这个就是黄色的啊，
Extremely
极
disturbing
其
and
黄的，
obscene.
可以说是啊，虐童的，
Pedophile, extremely.
极其让人看到
Not
完全是
treating
把
the
中国人
Chinese
不
as
当人的
human
这个啊，
beings.
这是谁拍的？
Who
中
filmed
共
it?
拍的
The，
中共
CCP
拍
did
的啊
it. That's the Chinese government. I don't know what CCP stands for.
仅是视频吗
Only videos？
仅是黄色
Only
吗？
sex tapes?
是不是？不止，
Let me
不
tell
止
you，more
大
than
家
that
告诉大家啊，拜登
Biden,
跟
Xi,
啊
Wang,
习王，就拜登之子啊，
Biden's
我说
son.
现在这
Please
所有
know
的
that when
拜
I say
登都是
Biden here,
拜
I
登
mean
之
Joe
子
Biden's son.
签的一
He
个
signed
秘
a
密
secret
协议，
deal.
里面
The prepayment
预
is
付款就签协议就
1
给了100
million
万
just
就
go
小
for
费
signing. It's
后面
just
给
like
了
a tip.
1000
Another
万
10 million was given to him after. That's too fast.
牵涉
The whole deal
45亿
worth
美元
$4.5 billion.
45亿美元
Just like
啊
Bobolinsky said, it was worth billions.
45亿美元
$4.5 billion of benefit.
的利益，就是亨特拜
This is
登
Hunter
啊，这
Biden's
里面
involvement.
真的是要
I
救新
really
闻
need
啊！
some heart pills.
我觉得我说到
Think
这时候，
about
我得
this. I
我
think
得
I need to calm
我
down.
得稳定一下。这个据说啊，这个
Okay.
3个硬盘
So there's more. There's more. He's going to talk about more, but right, we about to pick it up too. We about to get the rolling. We're gonna get moving. There's more, but Hunter Biden, right? Pedophilia. Okay, it's been documented on his laptop. Okay, so for this whistleblower to know, that means, of course, Hunter Biden knew it was a part of his business deal. For Hunter Biden to know or for Hunter Biden to be involved in business that his dad was involved in, right? Because what I didn't play y'all is Bobolinsky, even though he said Joe Biden was clearly involved, he proves that Joe Biden was involved. For his dad to be for Hunter Biden to be involved, that means Joe was involved. Okay? So if Hunter Biden is involved in this pedophilic ritual, okay? I don't think I actually explained to you guys how this shit works, okay? So what happens is they use, and this is also what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, they use pedophilia, sex trafficking victims to blackmail individuals who they do illegal business with. If they use pedophilia, then it's almost like swearing you to secrecy. Before we sign this deal, right, we're going to need you to have sex with this little child, to abuse this little child on camera, okay? Now we have leverage against you just in case you try, right, to blow the whistle on us, just in case you try to put a wool over our eyes, just in case you try to leak information or you try to discredit us or something comes out, right? We have leverage on you to make you do what we want you to do. That's the only thing we need you to do before we give you this money and before we sign this deal with you, so we know that we can trust you. Have sex with this child, right? It's been proven. It's been proven. That's what the Epsteins have done. That's what the Chinese, the crooked Chinese do, okay? That is why the Chinese government, the CCP, handed these files over to the DOJ. So apparently, the story that I talked about, and it's so much information sometimes, like I learn shit even as I'm talking because I take it in, right? But I'm going over it once again with you guys. But the laptop was not, right? It was planted in a Delaware place, okay? It was planted wherever it was at, it was planted. And it's clear because before the laptop was discovered, the dissident from China made it clear that it was given to the Department of Justice, okay? So they give this to the Department of Justice, and it has all of this implicating information on it about emails and pedophilia, right? And it's because it came straight from the people that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, as Bobolinsky clearly stated, the entire Biden family have been doing business with these people, okay? So this was the way of the Chinese people to remind the Biden family of their end of the deal, okay? Of their end of the deal. Trump out of office, right? I'm not, and here's me speculating. Here's me speculating for sure, because I don't know what the deal consists of. I don't know why they elected to release the blackmail, right, to the public. I don't know what he did or what they did. I don't know what part of the agreement they probably broke, or what's going on and why they put the information to the public. But my speculation is, get Trump out of office. Get him out of there, right? And if you don't, then we're going to expose all of you, right? And the thing about it is that it would make sense, because if Trump wins, the Chinese would attempt and could attempt to gain favor with Trump by granting the Trump administration all of this treasonous information that would implicate a bunch of Democrats, such as the Biden family, that would implicate them, right? And would surely have them reprimanded for trial. Okay? And they probably would negotiate this content in order to receive some form of tax relief from the U.S. government, as Trump is intensely taxing foreigners right now. Okay, so that's my speculation. You get this man out of office so our taxes can go down, or if you don't, then we're going to give him the rest of everything, because the whistleblower said, yeah, we gave it to the DOJ, it went straight to Trump, right? Somebody from the Biden administration tried to block it, we got it to Trump, okay? That's what the dissident said. So this shit, it's out in the open, right? These are physical people, right? We're now at 2 different people, many, right? Like, it's out there, okay? This is not information that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's literally here. It's out there, okay? Moving forward from Hunter Biden, okay? Let's continue this thing. I hope I haven't lost y'all, but you know, we gonna get into it. Sexualized and corrupt family ties once again. So we move from Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, to Ashley Biden, Joe Biden's daughter, okay? So father, sexually corrupt. Son, sexually corrupt. Let's listen to what's going on with Joe Biden's daughter, okay? National File obtained this document from a whistleblower who was concerned that the media organization that employs him might not publish this potential critical story in the last 10 days before the 2020 presidential election. The National File whistleblower has also a recording of Ashley Biden admitting the diary to be her own, and employed a writing expert who verified that the pages were all written by Ashley. National File has in its possession a recording of this whistleblower detailing the work done by their media outlets to prepare for the publication of these documents. In the recording, the whistleblower explains that the media organization he works for chose not to release the documents after coming under pressure from competing media organizations. Okay, what's going on? Ashley Biden apparently left her diary somewhere. Joe Biden's daughter. She apparently left her diary somewhere. It has been confirmed by multiple sources, right, that highly respected journalists are even reporting on that this is indeed Ashley Biden's diary. It's being censored, right? This story is being censored. You cannot post this story on Twitter. You cannot post this story on Facebook, okay? You cannot post this story on YouTube. It's censored, okay? And it's been confirmed by several sources that it is indeed a leak of Ashley Biden's diary. Why can't you post it? What's incriminating about Ashley's diary, okay? First, if the story was not censored, okay? If it was something that we could actually post, I keep doing that. If it was something that we could actually post, if it was something that nobody, you know, it wouldn't have any red flags necessarily if it was not censored, okay? It probably wouldn't be as valid if it wasn't censored. But we know how this media works, okay? You can post porn. You can post people being murdered. But you cannot post anything that's contrary to the Democratic Party. You can even post about Trump. You can't post anything bad about the Democratic Party. They have not spoken on this, nor have they spoken on the Hunter Biden situation. However, Ashley Biden admits in her diary that she was molested by her father. Okay? Let's read into it. All right? Yeah, that's what a bombshell, right? I didn't have to do it, but maybe it would be these are scripts from her diary. These are actual scripts from her diary posted by the National File, who's a trusted underground media outlet. You can check them out for yourself. They've broken good stories. They have a good reputation. And here's another story that they've broken that the mainstream media will not pick up, but it's been confirmed by multiple sources. I didn't have to do it, but maybe it would be healing, and then again, maybe it would open up more wounds that will take me longer to adjust and get something worth. I am going to give it a few days. I see how I feel. I erased his number. I can't read her handwriting so well, so can't contact him unless he is to contact me, which he won't. I think I need to have sex in order to feel good about not having sex. In order to feel, and typical diary, right? It sounds real, like it's contradicting. That's what a diary is. It's just about venting. So it has some real contents. Neil's friend is a sex addict, which might work out well. Okay. Okay. I know it's not healthy way to deal with things, but at least it's better than drugs. I am focused on myself and my needs. At least at this moment, to be one of them. I don't know if I am if I even need to kiss a guy. Just comes over and fuck me sober. I think I'm going to go to the AA meeting tomorrow night, and maybe he will be there, maybe not, but I have always been boy crazy. I remember pulling up my skirt in 2nd grade and showing, I did that on accident. I'm messing up, y'all. My bad. 2nd grade, showing the boys my underpants in 2nd grade, she said. She pulled up her skirt and showed the boys her underpants. Hypersexualized at a young age. What is this due to? Was I molested? I think so. I can't remember specifics, but I do remember trauma. I remember not liking the Woozlak's house. I remember somewhat being sexualized with Caroline, which is her cousin. I remember having sex with friends at a young age. Showers with my dad. Probably not appropriate. Being turned on when I wasn't supposed to be. Being turned on when I wasn't supposed to be. After appropriate showers with my dad. Okay. Remembers the Q-tips I hated getting my ears clean. Beating my vagina due to overhearing parents having sex. Remember the Q-tips. I hated getting my ears clean. Beating my vagina due to hearing parents having sex. What's made me so attached? My mother not emotionally. My father was. Message I wouldn't get love from men. My father was. I don't know. I'm not your mother. Blanket taken. Not wanting myself. Not letting myself go to bathroom. Being wiped into the late in the game. Okay, so she doesn't. She doesn't identify her father as who molested her, but she does say she had inappropriate showers with her father. Okay, and she did say if she was molested, she blacked it out. Okay, so this nigga has a sketchy past. Okay, he has a sketchy history of filling on children's faces, groping women, groping young girls, being accused of sexual harassment, digitally raping women. His son has been involved in pedophilia. Joe Biden himself has been linked to Jeffrey Epstein, who is notorious for sex trafficking and pedophilia. And his daughter said she had inappropriate showers with him. And at some point she was molested, but blacked it out. I'm not going to say Joe Biden is a pedophile, but I'm going to say that there's some damning evidence that would allow me to consider Joe Biden to be a pedophile, right? You gotta call it like you see it, right? Let me see how long we into this thing, okay? We into this thing, 1:30, okay? You gotta call it like you see it, right? So, crime family, corrupt family, sexually and illegal sexually involved family, okay? His son and his daughter have exposed him. They've been censored from mainstream media. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about the censorship. Okay, censorship of the truth. Okay, let's see something. Let's watch this one first. Okay, because this reporter is pretty upset.
Glenn Greenwald has thought a lot about that question. Greenwald is a traditional leftist. He's committed above all to forcing transparency.
He usually votes for
on people
Democrats.
who hold power. Years ago, Greenwald co-founded a news site called The Intercept.
Okay.
Today he resigned. In a statement, Greenwald explained why.
He resigned from his own company. He resigned from his own publication that he created to publish articles. Let's hear why.
Quote, "The Intercept's editors, in violation of my contractual right of editorial freedom, censored an article I wrote this week, refusing to publish it unless I removed all sections critical."
He wrote an article on Ashley Biden's diary. I'm pretty sure it was either that or Hunter. He's going to let us know. He wrote an article on either Ashley Biden's diary, which I believe it was, but it could have been Hunter Biden's laptop, that his own publication, right? The chairman, I guess, of his own publication censored his own article. Okay, so he left his own publication that actually has, right, some merit. He has a nice platform.
Of Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden,
Glenn
the candidate
Greenwald,
vehemently supported by all New York-based Intercept editors involved in this effort at suppression. And he went on. Greenwald's full statement is up tonight at an internet platform called Substack, which is not yet censored. No matter who you plan to vote for next week, we recommend that you read it. Glenn Greenwald joins us tonight. Glenn, thanks so much for coming on. The idea of you resigning from a news organization you helped found is stunning. Tell us why you did.
Well, the news organization that I co-created was in 2013 at the height of the Snowden reporting. I left The Guardian to do it because I was seeing that there were a lot of constraints imposed on journalism and our ability to report freely against governments, against power centers, against all kinds of institutions that wield authority. And the premise of the news outlet, the core overarching premise, the reason it was created was editorial freedom. Never have to listen or ideological preferences of editors or of anybody else. That was built on my reputation.
He's pretty much saying he's now been censored because of the article he wrote, and he built his platform, right, to go against censorship, right, to challenge the elites, to challenge the status quo of journalism, and now he's being censored by the same people that he empowered through his platform to prevent the suppression of true information, okay?
My credibility, my journalistic accomplishments, then tried to intervene to censor me 6 days before an election because I wanted to publish reporting and analysis about the evidence that raises serious questions about the conduct of the candidate that all of the editors at that outlet vehemently and enthusiastically support.
So everybody at the outlet supports Joe Biden. He presented, like he said, evidence, compromising evidence in his article that he thinks needs to be explored or investigated, and they shut him down, okay, because they all love Joe Biden, okay? Let's continue.
I would imagine that some of our viewers don't read The Intercept. You live outside our country, which is one of the reasons I think you say what you think is true. Tell us what this portends for the future here in the United States.
So The Intercept was actually, for a while, a unique publication and time when we were doing the
report. I want to hear what he wrote about. Let's see if he talks about it.
The attacks were coming from the NSA, the CIA, constantly and in disseminating propaganda in a very powerful way. So we set out to say, we're going to, and I am so embarrassed and angered. Other than a column of mine where I denounced Facebook and Twitter for censoring it, was an article that made reference in passing to those documents very snidely and dismissively to say that no one should pay attention to it because it was Russian disinformation, and it cited a letter from John Brennan, James Clapper, Mike Hayden, and the rest of the goons from the CIA and the intelligence community asserting it. And worse still, that letter said, we have no evidence that Russia's involved in any of this. The Intercept omitted that phrase, simply cited that letter to try from the CIA and the intelligence community nation, and it cited a letter snidely and dismissively to say Twitter for censoring it. To do that to critical scrutiny. And I am so embarrassed and angered that the media outlet that I created, along with 2 other excellent journalists, to do that, the only article it published about all of these documents that have emerged about Joe Biden, other than a column of mine where I denounced Facebook and...
It's horrifying. So what you're watching is agencies of the U.S. government turning their awesome and unconstrained powers against the American population.
This is in the Bush and Cheney years. That whoever does that must be destroyed. And so the CIA and the deep state operatives became heroes of the liberal left, the people who support the Democratic Party. They're now in a full union with the neocons, the Bush-Cheney operatives, the CIA, Silicon Valley, and Wall Street. That is the union of power, along with mainstream media outlets that are fully behind the Democratic Party, which is likely to at least take over one branch of government, if not all of them, in the coming election. And that is a very alarming proposition because they're authoritarian, they believe in censorship, and they believe in suppression of information that exposes them in any kind of a critical light.
We're going to get into that. I hope y'all still watching.
For a U.S. government agency to try and disseminate propaganda within the United States.
Snowden reporting, one of the things that induced Edward Snowden to come forward as someone who had worked in the CIA and the NSA. They weren't. They were collecting our phone records. Same with the CIA. They're trained disinformation agents. That's what they do. They lie for a living. But they're supposed to do that in so upset that Russia did in 2016. That's what they're trained to do. The law, though, and the obvious foundational prohibition on having a security state, a national security state after World War II, was it was never supposed to be turned domestically. They weren't Americans what they ought to believe. They infiltrated the media.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a full video that talks about why they censored him, because I think when I put this video on here, that wasn't my point. Okay, my point was just to tackle the fact that they are censoring. Okay, but they did censor him because he had damning evidence. You know what? Let's try to see if I can find it. I don't want to go off. Right, but we're live. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Glenn Greenwald Biden. Okay, let's see what we can do. He said he posted it because they dumb it down. Resigns from the Intercept over Joe Biden article. Like, no. Tell us what the article is about. Okay? If we can't find it in a short minute, then I'm gonna move on, y'all. I'm sorry, I should have been better prepared than that. Breaking Greenwald reveals extent of intercepts. Biden corruption story. Okay, here it is. Let's read it. The Intercept co-founder Glenn Greenwald, who recently resigned after he was censored by his own publication for covering the Hunter Biden scandal, has revealed that internal emails between him and the editors are now posted on Substack. Okay? Oh, Substack. Let's go there. That's where it is. Substack. Right? It's coming up. There's other people on his resignation from Substack. Let's see. Okay. The aftermath of my move back to journalism. Emails with Intercept's editors showing censorship of my Joe Biden article on Joe and Hunter censored by the Intercept. Okay. Here it is. Here it is, y'all. Okay. Here it is. We're not going to get into the whole thing. We're just going to read a lot of it. Okay. Sorry if y'all getting restless. You know, it's gonna be a long one, but I gotta go in, bro. Y'all can skip some of this part if y'all want to. when a video is playing, you know, but I got to go in. New York Post 2 weeks ago of emails from Hunter Biden's laptop relating. Okay, there it is. I'm not even going to go on the whole thing. New York Post 2 weeks ago of emails from Hunter Biden's laptop relating to Vice President Joe Biden's work in Ukraine and subsequent articles from other outlets concerning the Biden's family pursuit of business opportunities in China provoke extraordinary efforts by a de facto union of media outlets, Silicon Valley giants, and intelligence communities to suppress these articles. Okay, that's the extent of what he was talking about. The Hunter Biden laptop. Okay, the laptop is being suppressed. We already discussed that. Okay, so let's pick it back up, family. My fault. The Hunter Biden laptop has been suppressed. We talked about that. That's what he was upset about it. Remember, I told you can't post that anywhere. He posted on his own publication and it got censored. Okay, so he's upset about that. Now let's listen to
the people using the service as much information as possible.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Cruz.
He's the senator.
Chairman, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing.
He's a senator. I forget of where, I believe New York. He's a senator, and or California, one of the two. He's about to rip into Jack Dorsey for censorship, okay? For what he believes to be illegal and unconstitutional censorship.
The three witnesses we have before this committee today collectively pose, I believe, the single greatest threat to free speech in America and the greatest threat we have to free and fair elections.
Y'all hear these
Yesterday,
people?
I spent a considerable amount of time speaking with both Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Pichai. I have concerns about the behavior of both of their companies. I would note that Facebook is at the minimum at least trying to make some efforts in the direction of defending free speech. I appreciate their doing so. Google, I agree with the concerns that Senator Klobuchar raised. I think Google has more power than any company on the face of the planet. And the antitrust concerns are real. The impact of Google is profound. And I expect we will have continued and ongoing discussions about Google's abuse of that power and its willingness to manipulate search outcomes to
Wow. So y'all hearing this, right? This is the second person we got on video, right? And this is just the people we got on video, right? Not this doesn't go for regular people like me who've been censored, right? So many thousands and millions of people who've been censored, many publications who don't get their just due because of censorship. People are speaking out. High-level people, a high-level journalist, Glenn Greenwald, Ted Cruz, who's a senator in the United States of America, okay? Speaking out against censorship. Donald Trump has spoken out against censorship on several occasions, okay? Joe Rogan is now under fire for having Alex Jones, who's been censored from because of InfoWars, right? He's been censored. He's been labeled a conspiracy theorist. Joe Rogan is now under fire and is being boycotted for censorship now because he had Alex Jones on his podcast who also spoke about the Hunter Biden laptop. Okay? Y'all got to wake up. If you're not already woke, you got to wake up. You got to wake up, okay? There's an agenda going on to keep this information out of the public eye so that we can observe, right? And digest the perception that they want us to have of the presidential candidates. They want us to think illy of President Trump, and they want us to think highly of Joe Biden, despite that it should be vice versa. Okay?
Influence and change
They're
election
trying to hide
results.
this man's corruption.
But today, I want to focus my questioning on Mr. Dorsey and on Twitter. Because of the three players before us, I think Twitter's conduct has by far been the most egregious. Mr. Dorsey, does Twitter have the ability to influence elections?
Let's see what he got to say.
You don't believe Twitter has any ability to influence elections?
No, we are one part of a broad spectrum of communication channels that people have.
So
how the hell Twitter don't got the ability to influence elections? Okay, so I don't know what Ted Cruz about to ask him, but I'll ask him this. If Twitter does not have the ability to influence elections, why do you censor certain content then? Why don't you let the people think freely? Why do you allow pornography on your site? Why do you allow people being murdered on your site, but you won't allow articles, right, that propose something, right? They don't actually do anything dangerous. They propose a threat that could be dangerous to somebody's reputation. Why don't you allow those to float, right? That's just a question, Dorsey, Jack Dorsey. That's a question that I'd ask you. I'm no senator, right? But I wonder if that's too hard of a question to ask. If Twitter can't control elections, if it can't influence elections, why are you censoring vital information that people can use to recreate their idea of what specific candidates actually are? Why are you censoring that? Let's see what he got to say.
You're testifying to this committee right now that Twitter, when it silences people, when it censors people, when it blocks political speech, that has no impact on elections?
People have choice of other communication channels with which...
Not if they don't hear information. If you don't think you have the power to influence elections, why do you block anything?
Yeah. Hey, you feel me? You hear me? I ain't fully watched this video, okay? I watched the first 1 minute of it, and I put it in here so we could watch it together, okay? I didn't fully watch the whole thing. I read the headline because I knew about it and put it in here, right? We watching it together. He's speaking the same thing that I'm saying, okay? That's just some real nigga shit. It's just some real nigga shit at the end of the day, right? That ain't even no political question. That's just some real nigga shit.
Well, we have policies that are focused on making sure that more voices on the platform are possible. We see a lot of abuse and harassment, which ends up silencing people and having them leave from the platform.
All right, Mr. Dorsey, I find your opening questions, your opening answers absurd on their face. But let's talk about the last 2 weeks in particular. As you know, I have long been concerned about Twitter's pattern of censoring and silencing individual Americans with whom Twitter disagrees. But 2 weeks ago, Twitter, and to a lesser extent Facebook, crossed a threshold that is fundamental in our country. 2 weeks ago, Twitter made the unilateral decision to censor the New York Post in a series of 2 blockbuster articles, both alleging evidence of corruption against Joe Biden. The first concerning Ukraine, the second...
The NY Post released articles pertaining to corruption in the Joe Biden administration, having dealings with Ukraine, etc. Probably going to say Russia and China. Twitter and Facebook has censored that content. I wonder why.
Second concerning communist China. And Twitter made the decision, number one, to prevent users, any user, from sharing those stories. And number two, you went even further and blocked the New York Post from sharing on Twitter its own reporting. Why did Twitter make the decision to censor the New York Post?
We had a hack materials policy that we...
When was that policy adopted?
In 2018, I believe.
In 2018, go ahead. What was the policy?
So the policy is around limiting the spread of materials that are hacked. We didn't want Twitter to be a distributor for hack materials. We found that the New York Post, because it showed the direct materials, screenshots of the direct materials, and it was unclear how those were attained, that it fell under this policy. Now,
so in your view, if it's...
So he's saying he didn't know where the information came from about the Hunter Biden laptop, so it was potentially hacked, right? They have a policy against hackers. They don't want to present hacked information. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, this is what I'd ask you. Are you saying that you and your committee, right, have the authority to judge what you perceive to be hacked information and non-hacked information? So you automatically can, right, get wind of something can pick up steam on your site, and you can perceive it to be hacked information that by hacked you essentially mean not true, right? And you can disqualify that information from your platform. That gives you the authority and the right to censor whatever you'd like. So it's still it still does not give any sustenance, I believe that's the word, sustenance to the claim of Jack Dorsey as the Twitter CEO, okay? You're pretty much just saying you thought it was hack information. It goes against your policy for hack information, so you censored it. You're pretty much just saying, yeah, we're assholes who pretty much don't want the truth to come out about Joe Biden. We don't want anything to come out about Joe Biden that appears to be distasteful to us. So we can consider it hacked information, and because it was screenshots of the actual emails, we're going to block it. Now, another side of the equation that I'd add is that those emails have been confirmed to be real from several sources, okay? So let's play the advocate here, Jack Dorsey. Let's assume that they are actually real. Then what, okay? You guys over there at Twitter are not tech savvy enough, right? Are not efficient enough to understand or to recognize whether there's hacked information or there's not hacked information. You guys over there at Twitter, right? I'm sorry. You guys over there at Twitter are now not credible, right? If it is indeed true, if it is indeed real information, you guys are not credible for what you censored in. You said you have a policy for hack information, okay? You have to be clear, you have to be thorough with your process. That would then mean to me, right? I could then assume that your process is not thorough. I could then assume that you don't pay attention to detail with how your policy works. It's a blanket policy that anoints you the authority to be able to discontinue any form of information that you see fit. Let's see what Ted Cruz has to say.
It's unclear the source of a document. And in this instance, the New York Post documented what it said the source was, which it said it was a laptop owned by Hunter Biden that had been turned into a repair store. So they weren't hiding what they claimed to be the source. Is it your position that Twitter, when you can't tell the source, blocks press stories?
No, not at all. Our team made a fast decision. The enforcement action, however, of blocking URLs, both in tweets and in DM, in direct messages, we believe was incorrect. And we changed it.
Today, right now, the New York Post is still blocked from tweeting 2 weeks later.
Yes, they have to log into their account, which they can do at this minute, delete the original tweet, which fell under our original enforcement actions, and they can tweet the exact same material in the exact same article, and it would go through.
So, Mr. Dorsey, your ability is you have the power to force a media outlet. Let's be clear. The New York Post isn't just some random guy tweeting. The New York Post has the 4th highest circulation of any newspaper in America. The New York Post is over 200 years old. The New York Post was founded by Alexander Hamilton. And your position is that you can sit in Silicon Valley and demand of the media that you can tell them what stories they can publish, and you can tell the American people what reporting they can hear. Is that right?
Wow.
No, this was a, every person, every account, every organization that signs up to Twitter
I had enough
agrees
of this
to terms of service.
Y'all get it. Y'all get it. It's some shady shit happening in Silicon Valley. It's some shady shit happening with these media outlets. If the light went down, I'm sorry. I had to move it. I'm starting to get a headache. I'm starting to get a headache from that. Man, we kicking it. We kicking it. I hope y'all still here. I know somebody's still here. Right? We big kicking it. Big kicking it. Let me eat this banana real quick. Then we about to move on. So let me open it up. These niggas, they got us fucked up. Essentially. Ultimately, that's what's going on. Go get you a snack too. Go get you a snack. Okay. This is red bananas, by the way. Alkaline. Those big ass bananas not real. Hybrids. Go get you some red bananas. I got me some crackers made out of seeds. Okay, anyway. Let me get back on their ass. Let's get back on y'all ass, okay? I don't really care about eating. I mean, hey, it is what it is. These big tech giants, Silicon Valley members, large media outlets are censoring content, are censoring vital content. How do they have this power? How do they have this authority? Why are they doing this? Why now are we having credible people, credible members of society, hardworking, right, patriotic Americans, people who are simply trying to spread their opinion on who the most favorable and qualified candidate is? Why are they being censored? And now why do we have prominent figures of our society, of our government, standing up against these people who are in turn being censored for standing up? What's going on? Has it now hit you in the mind that potentially everything that you know about politics, potentially everything that you know about the government is something that has been filtered? Has that occurred to you yet since we've been watching all of these videos and moving through this presentation? Has it occurred to you that the information may be filtered? That what you think you know about Joe Biden, you might not actually know? What you think you know about Democrats, you might not actually know, because the people who back these politicians are in power to be able to determine what it is that you know. Has that occurred to you? Let's talk about it. Who's doing all the censorship? Big tech. Who the hell is big tech? What is big tech? Big tech, also known as tech giants, Big Four, Four Horsemen, Big Five, or S&P 5, are the largest and most dominant companies in the information technology industry of the United States, especially Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. Okay? Okay? Now, Twitter is a giant as well, right? Google, I believe Google owns partial of Twitter, but YouTube is a giant. Google owns YouTube. Okay? Instagram, Facebook owns that. Apple, we know Apple. We know what Apple can do. We know what Amazon can do. We know how Microsoft moving. Okay? They are the biggest tech giants in the world, guys. In the world. Okay? They say it in the United States here, but those are some of the biggest tech giants in the world, if not all of the biggest tech giants in the world. That's big tech. They control a substantial conglomerate of media, okay? Of how media is distributed, okay? We know that. Google, like Ted Cruz said, may be the most powerful and dangerous media tech giant in the world, known to mankind, known to human rights, okay? Because everything we search, we Google it. And they are doing censoring. They are doing censorship. They are controlling what we're able to Google. Facebook. We know how large the Facebook community is. We know how large the Twitter community is. Some people don't even watch the news whatsoever, and they only receive their information from Facebook and Twitter. Apple, okay? There's a lot of things that Apple has been censoring. You can't get certain things from the App Store. You can't get certain people's, you can't right now go and get some of Alex Jones's content from the App Store, whether you love Alex Jones or you hate him. He's being censored by big tech media, meaning there could be an audience. He has a huge audience, right? An audience that has an affinity to what Alex Jones is speaking about. They cannot receive that through an Apple product because Apple feels like Alex Jones is a conspiracy theorist. They do not agree with his message, so they can remove his message. Okay? Okay? Let's talk about it. How is big tech getting away with this? Okay? Let's talk about it. The Republican Party versus the Democrat Party. Okay? The Republican Party goes by GOP. GOP stands for Grand Old Party. Grand Old Party, meaning they're out of date. They're outdated, okay? The GOP party is very conservative. They do things by the book, okay? They have their certain principles that they stick with: hard work ethics, patriotism, I think that's the word, loyalty, unity, grassroots, right? Not diverting from what works. That's what the Grand Old Party stands for. The Republican Party is a more modernized party, right? And we're going to get into why they're so modernized, but they're more of a modernized party. They adapt to the times, okay? They're more about adjusting to the now, and we're going to get into that because it's a big reason why, all right? This is how big tech is getting away with this. This is how big tech is getting away with this because the Democrats understood, right, where the world was headed when the Grand Old Party, when the Republican Party was grassroots, conservative, let's stick with what we know type of party. The Democrats were looking at ways that they could get ahead. They were looking at ways to adjust, okay? And they developed strong relationships and affiliations with big tech giants in the process, which has spanned from the time of Obama's inauguration until now, right? We're talking about 12 years in development of power in the allegiance between big tech and democracy. Okay? Let's prove it. Democrats modernize government with tech. Okay? Let's hear what Obama has to say about this. I don't want my video to get censored. They might already take some shit out because I played a lot of videos. So I'm just gonna say that before I play this. So if it does go blank, you guys will know why, right? If the audio gets muted, you're gonna know why. It's because this video is copywritten.
Mr. President, what about technology? What are you looking specifically for technology to solve the biggest challenges that you see in government?
But I'll distinguish between government adapting technology to do a better job, which has been a major focus of mine since I came into office. And frankly, we've just scratched the surface. Whether it's encouraging people to vote or dislodging big data so that people can use it more easily, or getting their forms processed online more simply. There's a huge amount of work to drag the federal government and state governments and local governments into the 21st century. It's interesting that when I talk to friends in Silicon Valley,
friends in Silicon Valley, he said, they're trying to drag the government into a more technologically savvy state.
Of whom I've recruited then to come into the administration.
He recruited Silicon Valley people to come into the administration.
I'm able to show fairly rapidly what I've said to them when they're on the outside. The gap between the talent in the federal government and the private sector is actually not wide at all. They're really smart people who work really hard here and are passionate about what they do. The technology gap is massive. When I first got here, I always imagined like the Situation Room would be this super cool thing, be like Tom Cruise.
Okay, he pretty much said already what I wanted him to say. Pretty much, is how he feels like technology is an important, right, aspect in government. He said that he's trying to utilize technology, right? He's trying to pull the government into a more technology state, okay? Technologically advanced state, okay? So now, here's something that's very interesting. I was doing my research after we get Obama's take on technology and how he feels like technology is important for government. I was doing some research and I found out that all parties of big tech had their inception immensely, right, in an immense proportion near the inauguration of Barack Obama. Okay, they all had their inception near Barack Obama's presidency. Barack Obama decided he was running in 2007, okay? He was inaugurated in 2009. He won in 2008 and was inaugurated in 2009. Google acquires YouTube in 2006, okay? Twitter gets popular in 2007 while he's running, okay? The iPhone is released in 2007 while he's running. Facebook gets popular, right? It's already popular in 2007 and 8, but it has its best year to date, or not to date, but at that moment, up until that moment in 2009, okay? So what does this tell me? It tells me that these things were just getting started when Barack Obama became president. These tech companies were just getting started, right? Now 10 years later, right, we have the great giants that we have, but these were not giants, with the exception of maybe Google, right? But YouTube, Twitter, Apple, Facebook, and Google blew up early 2000s. These platforms were not the giants that we know them to be today. They were just getting started, okay? So Barack Obama clearly admitted that he has tried, which he has been successful in, incorporating technology into government, okay? Incorporating, right, modernizing the government. And I'm sure I can find better articles and better videos, but that's just the one that I seen, and it served the purpose. But I'm sure there's extensive videos on Barack Obama and technology, because when you watch his campaign, right, and when you watch the way he did things, it was different opposed to how things were previously done, right? Barack Obama, right, we criticize Trump, but Barack Obama was the first president using Twitter. It was Barack, okay? Now Trump takes it to a new level, but Barack Obama, his campaign was largely, especially the second one, was largely dependent on social media. Social media won Barack Obama his second term, okay? Social media was the new world. Promotion through Facebook, through Twitter, right? Those new forms of news, okay? So my point is that these platforms were not as big as they are now. They developed into the platforms that they are now, okay? But they grew with President Barack Obama, right? Any laws that were passed, right, from the time of their inception till now, any federal restrictions or lack thereof, right? Any form of empowerment through law, any weakness they have through law, has all been developed under the Obama administration. Everything that these tech giants are capable of doing or not capable of doing was a development of the Obama administration. Anything that is federal, right? Anything that is about constitutional amendment, right? What they can and can't do, right? Their restrictions being that they were a new type of ideal. Anything that they can do, any restrictions they have or lack thereof, has been implemented by the Obama administration, okay? The Obama administration empowered these platforms, even if it was inadvertently. These platforms were empowered by the Obama administration. I personally believe that it was done on purpose, especially after Barack Obama's first term, when he's seen how the power of social media, right? When the administration seen how the power of social media was growing around 2012, okay? They understood it to be the new world. Like I said, it's what got him elected the second term, okay? So the government worked closely, as you could imagine, right? Why wouldn't it? Worked closely with these tech giants, right? And this is all presumption, okay? But it's also things that we can see with our own eyes. It's also things that if we go back, we can be able to, resonate with. We can recognize exactly what I'm saying. The government, and then when you trace it back from then till now, and you understand now that they definitely have a relationship with the Democratic Party, especially Joe Biden, who was a part of the Obama administration, who has control to censor certain information about himself that he doesn't want to be released. You can understand that they were developing a relationship since the time of the Obama administration. It only makes sense. They all had their inceptions around the same time. It only makes sense. Okay. I'm sorry. I got to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Stay there. All right, I'm back, family. My bad, y'all. I know this ain't the conventional YouTube video. I was eating, went to the bathroom, but fuck it, it's real over here. Okay, it's just like we just building, we connecting. Facebook even has been linked to CIA funding. Okay, it has been linked to CIA funding. That's a separate topic, so I'll do that on another video. But it is, in my opinion, that this was a plan. This was planned. This was a planned progression. They planned to build together. They planned to form this allegiance, right? Especially how we see things unraveling, and we know that they censor in support of Democrats. It would be different if they censored unbiasedly. But there's been a slander. There's been a smear campaign going on Donald Trump for 8 years now. I'm sorry, for 4 years now. Okay? 6, if you want to add when he first said that he would start running. Okay? They smeared Donald Trump. You can say anything you want about Donald Trump on all social media platforms. It's never censored. Okay? They censor, these media giants have, like Ted Cruz said, Twitter and Facebook especially. Like I pointed out to you, Apple does. Like I pointed out to you, Google does. Like Ted Cruz pointed out to you that Google does. They censor in favor of Democrats. Okay? It's not even unbiased. They choose the information that they want to come out about their candidates. So they're clearly in allegiance, clearly in alliance with Democrats, right? And also they are clearly Democratic because they're against Trump. They clearly have Democratic views because they allow Trump slander, right? They promote it. They don't even just allow it. They create it and promote it. It's an agenda. It's propagated right in front of our eyes. It's exactly the reason why we have the beliefs that we have about this man. Okay? So that is my opinion, which I believe to be fact. That is my opinion, which I believe to be fact. I don't see how you can look at this breakdown I'm creating and not believe it to be true. I don't see how. I don't see how. It makes sense, right? I've done the work for you. All you got to do is look at it. All you got to do is use your brain. It's here. It's here. Okay? Moving forward. What has the mainstream media ever said bad about any premier Democrat in the last 12 years? What has the mainstream media said about premier Democrats in the last 12 years? When I say mainstream media, right, I mean the news outlets, okay? And I'm going to do some research to figure out who they're owned by. But we seen Ted Cruz talk about it, right? We seen Glenn Greenwald even talk about it. When they say Silicon Valley and media giants, they're not only talking about Silicon Valley, which is Facebook, Twitter, and so forth. They're talking about media giants like CNN. There's multiple of them. When I see them on YouTube all day long, who do the smear campaigns. The Washington Post, right? All of these Democratic fond platforms who slander Trump but never say anything bad about Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, or Joe Biden. Never, 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 never. They all debunk Pizzagate as a conspiracy theory. All of them. Debunk Hillary Clinton and Pizzagate as a conspiracy theory. They say Hillary Clinton has no such involvement. The leaking of her emails are fake. Right? Right? Although Ghislaine Maxwell, like I said, has recently confirmed that Bill Clinton was on Epstein Island, Hillary Clinton had to know about it. This woman is a New York senator at one point. She has heavy influence and connections with the UN, with the United Nations. Okay? I'm sure she has CIA in her back pocket. I'm sure she has connections, right? How is Bill Clinton moving around, right? They have business together. They have big business together. They have billions of dollars, right? How is Bill Clinton taking private jets with Jeffrey Epstein, going to Epstein Island, and she's not knowing about it? That's just maybe you can say, oh yeah, she didn't know. Come on now. Emails leaked directly linking her to Pizzagate and Jeffrey Epstein. So I know she knew about it, but a lot of you don't believe in a Pizzagate theory. Hillary Clinton, that information does not make those mainstream platforms. They get debunked. Barack Obama is proven. It's proven that he's not a United States citizen. Proven that he's actually a homosexual man. Those theories get debunked, right? Whether it was proven or not. Certain platforms do not allow these, right? Certain media giants do not allow you to publicize this information. Joe Biden, who's said to be a pedophile, who's said to have illegal financial transaction with the Chinese government and the Ukrainian government, who's said to be compromised in treason, who's said to have a crime family in which his son is also compromised in treason and his daughter has been molested by him. Okay? This information never makes it to mainstream media. True or false, it never makes it to mainstream media. They're covering. These have been the most prominent Democrat candidates in the last 12 years. They're covering. They have a coup. Okay? It's clear as day. It's clear as day, because whether the information was true or false, whether the information was dead wrong, it never comes out. The information could be dead wrong about Trump. All of the information that comes out about Trump could be dead wrong. The difference is it comes out. The information about Trump comes out. This shit never comes out. Okay, so we have to use our brains here. They are in control of the media. They have the power of the media. It's clear. What more evidence would you need? They have the power. But they slander Trump. Okay, next slide. But they slander Trump. They slander this man, right? Let me tell you why, before we even go into some of the things he's done. Because now we're nearly transitioning out of the Biden and into why you shouldn't vote Democrat, period. Or why you shouldn't blindly vote Democrat. But it's Trump slander, okay? Trump was a very rich man before he became president. Now, the coup that I just showed you between these three individuals and many other, right, who are inside of our government, the Democratic deep state, as you heard Glenn Greenwald refer to them as, the deep state meaning they're like the cool kids in high school. They have their own clique. The government has a clique. There's a clique inside of the government, okay? And Donald Trump was the new kid in school, right? But Donald Trump wasn't only the new kid in school. He was the new kid, right, with a lot of money, a lot of swag, and he was getting all of the girls. So the cool kids, okay, started to feel threatened because Donald Trump was the new kid who didn't agree with how the cool kids did things. And he started to get a lot of attention, and he was kind of cocky. He was kind of arrogant about it, right? So the cool kids started to defame Donald Trump. The deep state started to defame Donald Trump, or attempt to defame Donald Trump, as an adjustment to what they felt was a threat. Okay, they felt Donald Trump was a threat because he could not be controlled. And on top of him having money, he didn't have any political influence because he never had political experience, or political ties because he never had political experience, meaning he didn't owe favors to anybody. Right? He didn't owe anybody favors. He had his own money, so he can't. The lobbyists, who are people who try to pay government to influence them, they couldn't get to him through lobbyists, right? He did what he felt was right. Okay, he proceeded to implement policies that he felt was best for the country. He strictly became president, and you can look up videos about this, right, on why he did it. Even when he was talking to Oprah back in the day, he strictly became president as a patriotic American who seen ways that he could better the country, who seen ways that he could make the country an even bigger superpower than it already was. right? He spoke about this 30-something years ago, even on the Oprah show. Okay, so I'm not just saying this and giving Donald Trump praise. No, it's real. Okay, so that's why they hate Donald Trump, because he has the power to do what he wants. He can't be bought. Okay, he threatens the deep state. He threatens these people who have been linked to Jeffrey Epstein, right? Barack Obama has been implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein controversy through Hillary Clinton's emails. Hillary Clinton has been implicated. Joe Biden has been implicated now, especially through Jessica Collins, like we heard earlier. They have ties to Jeffrey Epstein, who is a notorious child sex trafficker, right? Bill Clinton, if Hillary Clinton was not implicated, Bill Clinton has been implicated, which implicates her automatically. Her husband is implicated, then she's implicated, right? Whether she's innocent or guilty, the government, right, the justice system will definitely investigate the spouse of any criminal suspect. They will definitely investigate the spouse of any criminal suspect. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that. We're dealing with practicality here, okay? So these people have been linked to Jeffrey Epstein and child sex trafficking, right? The leaders of the deep state, the leaders of the Democratic parties, and let's lay it out there. This isn't a conspiracy theory. We're dealing with practicality here. They've been linked to Jeffrey Epstein, true or false, and Donald Trump has cracked down on child human sex trafficking. He is also, right, not only has he cracked down, but he's delivered thousands of children from the clutches of this human sex trafficking, this child abuse, okay? There's several articles that are circulating around on the internet that I didn't put in this presentation, only because these articles are in refute, right? There's one side that's saying that these articles are real, that thousands of children, 30,000 children, for example, 30,000 children were rescued under tunnels in New York City. And then there's another side that are saying that's false, right? So, I didn't want to jump into the conspiracy of it all, but I only wanted to present you with things that I could prove, okay? Trump signed executive order against child sex trafficking and brought home thousands. Took executive action on criminal justice from freeing thousands of inmates, okay? For those of you melanated people who want to vote Joe Biden. Gave historical black colleges $250 million per year indefinitely. And that is a fact. I also seen an article that a friend of mine sent me, and she was telling me, she showed me the article that had mentioned that if Donald Trump wins, he's going to sign an executive order that was going to take funding away from black colleges. No. There's a clause in an executive order that he plans to sign or has already signed. I don't know which one, but it pretty much says, in paraphrasing, that there can be no government funding allocated to groups that discriminate against other groups. Okay, so the article that she showed me was an HBCU article that was saying that they might be ineligible for funding because one of the ramifications for receiving the funding, right, or one of the prerequisites for receiving the funding was that the group who's receiving the funding cannot discriminate against other groups, cannot be prejudiced against other groups. So I'm assuming that the HBCU that posted this article considers themselves prejudiced considers themselves discriminatory, right? Or else that would not apply to them. Moving forward, having the lowest AA unemployment percentages since World War II, having the lowest African American unemployment percentages since World War II. That's Donald Trump, okay? That is Donald Trump who did that. Had the lowest African American unemployment rate since World War II. Justice Department officials on Friday announced that 3,100 inmates are being released from federal prison across the country because of change in how their good behavior time is calculated. A significant step, they said, in implementation of a new criminal justice reform law. Okay, 3,100 people, once criminals, were released and sent home under the First Step Act, which is a criminal justice reform that Trump signed that not only retroactively gives good behavior under the new standard of good behavior to criminals who deserve it, right? Retroactively, meaning they get it dating back to the beginning of their sentence, and it accumulates days off of the year, which lowers their sentence, right? But he also incorporated a rehabilitation clause into this First Step Act, right? Which teaches methods of socializing, methods of integration with society to certain inmates who are locked up for certain reasons, okay? 3,100 of them. They got freed and went home under Trump's administration. That's 3,100 people. Maybe it sounds like a lot to you, maybe it doesn't, but that's 3,100 brothers, sisters, parents, right, who were able to come home because of the First Step Act that was only signed last year in 2019 in the end. I believe it was December. It could have been 2018 December, which would have gave 2019 a whole year. I know I got to get my facts straight. But yeah, still 3,100 in a year. It was no longer or less than a year ago. Right? That's the approximation. At most it was a year ago. It was probably less than that though. I gotta go. You know what? Actually, I have it on my phone. Let me see. It might be on my other phone that I'm recording with. I got the articles. Yeah, let me see. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he signed in December of 2018, meaning that it took 2019 was the year that it went into effect, and 3,100 inmates were let go last year in the summertime, 6 months after he signed the First Step Act. Okay, only 6 months after. Executive orders issued by President are readily available to the public on the White House website. Trump has issued 2 executive orders targeting human trafficking. The first aimed at disbanding transnational criminal organizations that traffic humans, okay, was signed on February 9, 2007. The second order concerned online child trafficking and sex exploitation in the United States. It was signed January 31st. And this was around all of the heat of the Pizzagate, the stuff that was going on, right? The Jeffrey Epstein shit, all of that. Trump also issued 3 proclamations observing human trafficking. National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month has been recognized each January since 2018. There's a month against human trafficking and human enslavement, okay? President Donald Trump on Thursday signed a bipartisan bill that will permanently provide more than $250 million a year to nation's historically black colleges and universities, along with dozens of other institutions that serve large shares of minority students. $250 million a year to the national historically black colleges and universities. Okay? That's crazy. Indefinitely. Okay, let's zoom in here, because this one is big. All of them are big, but listen to this one. During Trump's first 3 years in office, median household incomes grew, inequality diminished, and the poverty rate among black people fell below 20% for the first time in post-World War II records. The unemployment rate among black people went under 6% for the first time in records going back to 1972. Minorities and low-skilled workers tend to do best late in expansions as jobless rates falls, but they also tend to be hit first in downturns when some firms dismiss the most recently hired. By September, the black unemployment rate was 12.1%, reversing all of the gains achieved since 2014. Okay, the jobless rate for high school graduates with no college was 9%, reversing the gains since 2011. Okay, by September, the black employment rate was. Okay, so the COVID pandemic pretty much set these records back. By September, the black employment rate was 12%, reversing all of the gains that had happened since 2014. The pandemic put us back. But nonetheless, under the Trump administration, right, it went under 6% for the first time in records going back to 1972. Okay? The poverty rate among black people fell below 20% for the first time in post-World War II records, bro. We're talking about record-breaking shit here, bro. This ain't just regular stuff we talking about. Donald Trump has done record-breaking things. So he don't just be talking out his ass when he be saying he done the most for black people. He's really done the most for black people. That's why I honestly don't understand, right? And I do understand. It's systematic behavior, right? Because I used to do it too. Or I never wanted to vote, but like it's in my family. I've had systematic behaviors. Maybe not voting, but I've had them. So I do understand. We blindly do things, but this man has clearly done more for the black community than any president since Abraham Lincoln, as he stated in his debate. This man is against sex trafficking, which all the three predominant heads of the Democratic Party are all linked to in some way. He's against it. Okay? This man has done criminal justice reform that has brought home thousands of African Americans, thousands of prisoners, period. Joe Biden locked people up. Okay? He's giving more money to historically black colleges than they've ever received, ever. Okay? We need to reassess why we pick the candidates we pick and why we're voting how we plan to vote. Okay? Like, we need to reassess it, bro. The proof is in the pudding. It's actually there. It's factual. It's there. It's factual. Okay? Let's move forward. You know who locked people up? This man right here, Joe Biden. Okay? Right here we have a graph that shows the trajectory of let's see, rate of incarceration, how people were locked up before and after the crime bill. Okay, Joe Biden signed the crime bill in 1994. Wait, I'm gonna give y'all the details. Let me slow down a little bit. Let's go into it. He also made extensive remarks about the 1994 crime bill, right? The crime bill did a lot of things. We're going to get into that. We're going to really dive into that. Which Biden, as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, largely wrote and shepherded through the legislative process. Joe Biden largely wrote the crime bill. So it's not just like he supported it or he was an advocate of it. The nigga largely wrote it. He largely wrote it. Him and the committee he was a part of largely wrote it. So he's not just one of the people who was in agreement of it. He had a large part in it. He played a large role in creating it. Okay? In manufacturing that bill, that crime bill of 1994 that did a lot of damage. We're going to get into the damage that it did. Okay? But here's the incarceration rate. Okay? Before the crime bill. So they claim that this is what the Democrats claim is that we're already on a gradual incline by the time the bill hit. Okay, here's when the bill actually hit. And these are the amount of people that were going to jail yearly, okay? By the time the crime bill hit, right, in 1994, or after the crime bill hit, 368,000 people per year, okay, were sentenced to jail. Let me go to the next one, because this one targets black people. It shows you the difference in how black males throughout the years were sent to jail versus white, okay? The light blue is the black males. The dark blue is white males, okay? The dark blue is white males. The light blue is African American males, okay? This is the difference in the rates that they were being sentenced, okay? Now, look, it was on a gradual incline since 1980, right? But right here, if you go about to 1995, okay, right, the shit clearly was at an all-time, right? Before it peaked, it was clearly risen at a high amount around 1994, 1995-ish, from around the time that the crime bill took place. Now, the graphs do appear to look gradual, and all we have to go off of is what they have, okay? But my opinion on the situation, right, because we're going to get into what the crime bill actually did, but they claim that, let's just say for now, it jailed a lot of people. The crime bill that Joe Biden signed and brought to Congress and signed to be passed, jailed a lot of African American people, okay? A lot of them, a hell of a lot of them. When they say that it was progressive and that they did not contribute to mass incarceration, my counter argument would be, well, then why would you make the laws stricter? Why would you make stricter laws that imprison people even more, right? If the incarceration was already on an incline. The incarceration, according to these charts, was already on a severe incline since 1980, the war on drugs, okay, that started with Nixon, okay? It was already on a severe incline. Why then would you implement laws specifically to further the incarceration rate? That makes no sense to me. That's the question that I would propose. So I believe that Joe Biden knew exactly what he was doing. Joe Biden and his committee, whatever, right, their agenda was, they knew exactly what they were doing, because it makes no sense to make the laws stricter in a community, right, that's already being obstructed by the war on drugs. The black community was already being obstructed on the war on drugs. Why then would you make such tighter laws to incarcerate even more people? So you did contribute to mass incarceration, as he argues he didn't, right? You contributed it to mass incarceration, definitely, because you made the laws stricter, right, where they were already damn strict. Okay, now let's get into it. Okay, let's get into it. The composition of the prison population has also changed during this time period. In 1964, 33% of all those sentenced under state federal jurisdiction were African American. 33% in 1964. Okay, by 1994, this percentage climbed to 51.1%, and 46.7% were African American men. Okay, so half of the people who were being incarcerated in 1994, when the crime bill was put into place, were African American men. Half of them. Half of the people incarcerated were black. Furthermore, while the imprisonment rates of both white and black males have risen since 1980, the rate for African American males has grown more rapidly. Between 1980 and 1994, the black non-Hispanic male imprisonment rate grew by 163%, from 1,100 2,911 per 100,000 U.S. black males residents to 2,932. So more black people, right? More than half, right? In comparison to everybody else. The imprisonment rate for white males increased by 157% over the same time period, from 168 to 432. So look at the numbers, right? We went from 1,100 to 3,000. They went from 200 to 400. In 1994, African-American men were roughly 6.8 times as likely as white males to be incarcerated in federal and state prisons. Come on. You can't tell me that crime bill did not contribute to mass incarceration after it doubled, right? After it doubled. This percentage climbed. By 1994, this percentage climbed to 51.1%. Okay? You know, let's talk about it. The 1994 crime bill accelerated the U.S. prison boom by authorizing more than $12 billion to subsidize the construction of state correctional facilities, giving priority to states that enacted so-called truth in sentencing law. These laws, which require individuals to serve at least 85% of their sentence behind bars, have been shown to expand prison populations by increasing individuals' length of stay. By 1998, okay, and so here's what they're saying, is that the crime bill removed mandatory minimums that was set in place by, I believe it was the Reagan or the Nixon administration, one of them. I think it was the Nixon. They removed the mandatory minimums, meaning, okay, your first offense, you get caught, you got a mandatory minimum of this amount. No, they removed that. But what they replaced it with was 3-strike rule. So after you got 3 strikes, you had to do a life sentence. You got a life sentence after 3 strikes. That's worse. That's worse. The mandatory minimum, right, could have been, depending on the crime, could have been 10 years, could have been 15 years. I don't know. I got to do research, right? But they replaced it with, instead of getting a mandatory minimum on your first offense, if you get 3 offenses, okay? If you get 3 offenses, you have a mandatory life sentence. And when you have a mandatory life sentence, you have to serve at least 85% of that sentence. Okay, so they're saying it contributed to mass incarceration at least, right, by housing more prisoners, because it released less prisoners. Okay, so it filled up the prisons. By 1998, truth and sentencing laws were in effect in 27 states, up from 8 states before the crime bill's passage. Okay, so the crime state boosted up truth and sentencing laws, whatever those are. I got to do more research. I'm sorry. A majority of state officials cited the federal incentives as a driving force for adopting the truth and sentencing policy change. In the decade following the crime bill's enactment, that's probably what the crime bill is, the truth and sentencing. The number of correctional facilities nationwide jumped by 20%. Okay? The incarcerated population grew by 40% during the same period. Okay? The incarceration population grew by 40% from 1994 to 1998. And they're saying that Joe Biden is saying that the crime bill, this nigga has the nerve to stand up on national TV, to stand up on all of these media platforms and pretend to be an indigenous advocate of African American people, of melanated people, I'd rather say. He pretends as if he's the spokesperson, right? I have a video that proves it. He pretends like he's the spokesperson for people, like everybody just forgot about this crime bill. Like we all just forgot about it. When it explicitly says the prison population from 1994 to 1998 rose by 40%. Okay? When it explicitly says, right, that in 1994, right, things jumped from 1996, which was 33% of all sentenced, understated federals were African American. And all right, so it was 33% in 1964, jumped to 1944. It was when the crime bill was put into place, it was 51%. 51%. Okay? Like, what are we debating here? What are we debating here? What are we debating here? Okay? This graph clearly shows us the difference in the incarceration between whites and blacks, right? It was targeted for black people, clearly. The crime bill was clearly targeted for black people. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Okay? We're talking about, and this says hundreds of thousands. So this says 3,000. So 3,000 times 100,000. I don't know what the fuck this graph is supposed to mean, because it says 3,000, but it says per 100,000 residents of each group. So I don't know what this means, but it's clearly a big difference between the amount of white people who were getting in prison and the black people who were getting in prison, especially around the 94 time, right? We would say, like, in this area where it did have a substantial jump from here to here, did have a substantial incline when a crime bill was enacted, and there's a difference. It's clearly targeting black people. So how can this man stand up in front of us, right? He thinks we're stupid. He has to. He has to think we're stupid. He has to think that we're stupid, bro. Like that's my take on it. He thinks we're stupid. He thinks we forgot about it. Pick a different candidate at least. Pick a different candidate, because you're all fighting for the same thing. Why would you put this man in front of us? The one who wrote the crime bill. The one who actually wrote the crime bill. Why would you put this nigga in front of us? Pick somebody else at least. That shows that they understand pattern. They understand habitual behavior. They understand systematic routinization. They get it. It doesn't matter what we did in the past. They're going to vote Democrat. So it doesn't matter whose face we use. Y'all done fucked up now. That's what y'all did, okay? Let's get into it. Let's keep moving. Okay? Let's listen to what this gentleman had to say about the Congressman. He's an advocate of the crime bill.
Oh, hey, Jim Clyburn. Hey, how are you?
When I ran for the House of Representatives in 1990.
If my video, I'm going to pause it. If the video, you can't hear this audio, then it's because this content was stripped from the video because it's copywritten. Hopefully it's not, but I don't know. Let's see.
I knew about two pieces of legislation that had gone on before I ever got here.
Drugs are menacing our society. They're threatening our values and
Reagan
undercutting
with the war
our
on drugs.
institutions.
In 1986, the so-called war against drugs created mandatory minimums, established a 100-to-1 ratio for crack to powder cocaine, and put in mandatory minimums. Now, mandatory minimums are...
Okay, so it established a 100-to-1 ratio to crack cocaine, meaning the punishment was 100 times stronger than if you had crack than if you had cocaine. Cocaine was found in white communities, crack was found in black communities. And it had mandatory minimums. He's going to tell you what they were consisted of.
Put in 86. They were applied to first-time offenders in 1988.
This is crack cocaine. It could easily have been heroin or PCP. It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones, and it's murdering our children.
In a nutshell, the president's plan doesn't...
Now listen to this nigga. This is the part I want y'all to hear. Listen to this.
The president's plan doesn't include enough police officers to catch the violent thugs.
Catch the violent thugs? You hear this nigga?
Not enough prosecutors to convict them. Not enough judges to sentence them.
This is Joe Biden. We need more prosecutors, more police, more prosecutors, more judges. Okay? It's a war on drugs already. It's a war on drugs, right? And we know the war on drugs targets the black community. We know that already, because there was a 100-to-1 ratio from crack to cocaine. So you get punished 100 times worse if you had crack. Crack was not in the white communities, it was in the black communities. Okay, so we need more police in the black communities. We need more judges in the black communities. What else did he say? We need more law enforcement. All of the shit he's saying.
And not enough prison cells to put them away for...
And not enough prison cells...
a long time.
To put them away for a long time. This is Joe Biden.
And when I ran in...
That nigga, bro, has never been about you. He's never been for you. He's never been about you. He's never been for you. Okay? Like that don't make that it doesn't make sense how he could stand in front of the American people and pretend as if those words never came out of his mouth. There was already a war on drugs. There was already mass incarceration before the crime bill. We just seen the stats. We just seen the sheets. There was mass incarceration before the crime bill, which he admits, which the government admits. If there's already mass incarceration, then why do you demand stricter police, stricter judges, and more prisons, right? To target these black communities, which we all know that the crime bill was about, like I just stated, because you got charged 100 times worse for crack than cocaine, which was not in black communities. He was trying to destroy the black community, and I'm not saying, right, because, you know, I don't want to make it seem like he was literally trying to, you know, but the mind frame that he was in was in one that would have destroyed the black community, that did destroy the black community. He contributed to the destruction of our community. Okay? That was his true sentiment then. He's not speaking his true sentiments now because his party has adapted a new tactic. His party was different back then. That's what you don't understand. That's what we're going to get into. The Democratic Party had different values then than they had now. Okay? Or not different values. They had a different approach. They had a different tactic. They changed the tactic. They didn't change how they view things. They changed their approach to a more massaging, more finesse approach, right? But he was speaking the true sentiment of the Democratic Party back then. Now, it's buffered, okay? Now, it's diluted. It's just like, I want to move forward, but that shit is crazy to me. That shit is crazy to me, like how it's literally in our face. It's literally in our face. It's literally in our face, bro. It's literally there. The crime bill was strictly for black people. Strictly. Joe Biden and the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, who actually wrote the crime bill, put a boot, right, stamping on a situation that was already beating a dead horse, the mass incarceration from the war on drugs. He wanted to ramp up things on it. He wanted to ramp it up. Okay, maybe the drugs caused, right, more crime. There was more crime going on. That's why the crime bill passed. There was a lot of crime happening in 1994. But we all seen Snowfall, and even if we didn't, we all know how the drugs got here. We know how the drugs got here. Okay, these drugs were strategically placed in the communities, and that's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact. These drugs were placed in the communities to fund government wars that they could not fight directly. I'm going to make another presentation, or I'm going to make another video to clarify that statement, right? And give you the sources, because I don't want to hop in that tangent, because I'd be choppy and I'd be all over the place, because that's not a part of this presentation. So I have to go collect this information. But it's a fact. It's a fact. And even if those who don't recognize it as a fact, it is a known conspiracy that the drugs were put in this community. So this man, who is a part of the government, Joe Biden, right, wrote a crime bill to incarcerate the people who are facilitating the drugs that his government, the government that he works for, the party that he works for, put the drugs in the community. Doesn't make sense, bro. Doesn't make sense. And we vote for him. We got people who are literally going out writing Democrat on straight down the ballot. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Near Orlando, Florida last night, authorities rushed Bill's call for
change on long-term.
Well, just last week, President Long, while speaking to Democrats, voted in favor of the crime bill in 1994. He has endorsed Hillary Clinton. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Tyrone, it's my pleasure.
It always is great to talk to you. Let's put some perspective on what was happening. You were there 22 years ago. Do you believe the way the crime bill is being described now versus what was happening on the ground in some of that video, is it matching here?
Chairman, let me start out with this. I am ashamed of my vote.
He voted for the crime bill in 94.
I sincerely apologize to my God, apologize to my community, to my family. That was the worst vote, as I look back over the years, that I've taken since I've been in the Congress.
The crime bill in 1994.
A vote
written by Joe Biden.
Really was accompanied with a lot of hope that we will finally be able to deal with not only the issue of crime in our community, devastating crime, but that we will also be able to do those things and have those programs and policies to deal with the other kinds of issues, the other problems in our community. And what happened with the crime bill and its implementation was that there was too much of a focus, too many resources on locking them up, but no resources on love and compassion.
Okay, so you hear that's exactly what I was saying about Joe Biden. It's like nigga just like, oh yeah, load up more cops, yeah, get them more, like no love and compassion, like he said. That's something I noticed from watching Joe Biden. No, none. It's none. That wasn't the instant. The idea was not right to help. Okay, the sentiment was not to help. It was like, yeah, let's get these niggas locked up. And we're gonna talk about, you know, why, coming from the Democratic Party. Why? That's the Democratic's premise. Okay, you know, I'm gonna dive into that completely, coming in the next couple segments. But that's the Democratic premise. That's what they've always believed. They've been very against pro-black. The Democrats were advocates of slavery. That's why the Civil War started. But I'm going to save that. We're going to get into that next. The legislation was aimed at addressing rising crime in the country and contained a host of policing and crime prevention provisions, including 3 strikes, mandatory life sentence for repeat violent offenders, funding for community policing, and prisons, an assault weapon ban, and the Violence Against Women Act. Okay, so that's what I was telling you about the 3-strike rule. That's what the crime bill consisted of. Mandatory life sentences for repeat violent offenders, funding for community policing and prisons. We read that in the last article where they gave $12 billion to the prisons, and assault weapons ban and Violence Against Women Act. Okay, boom. Let's move forward. Let's start getting into some of the shit. Why do melanated people blindly vote Democratic? Okay, why? That's the question I've been asking y'all for the last couple slides. Let's start reading, because this ain't gonna tell us why. This is gonna further ask the question why. Okay. I'm trying to get into a good, because I'm gonna have to keep doing this, and I'm not trying to keep doing that. That works. On November 6, 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected president of the United States, an event that outraged southern states. Okay, so Abraham Lincoln was a part of the northern states in 1860, right? And he ran for president, and it outraged the southern states. Okay, the southern states were Democratic, the northern states were Republican. The Republican Party had run on an anti-slavery platform, and many Southerners felt that there was no longer a place for them in the Union. Okay, so the Union is the United States. Okay, it's the National Union Party. Okay, fuck. I wish it was a way I can. I guess I'm gonna have to keep trolleying through it. Okay, so the Democrats, right, and these articles do not use Democrat as if they're trying to cover up something, but some of them do. So it's known, it's historically known that the South were Democrats and the North were Republicans, and the ones who deviated from the Union were actually Democratic. You can look that up for yourself. And many Southerners felt that there were no longer a place for them in the Union, okay? They felt like that the Northerners and the Republicans betrayed the Union as they ran on an anti-slavery platform. That means their campaign was specifically about not having slaves. They campaigned with the idea, based on the idea of not having slaves. This happened in 1860 when Abraham Lincoln ran. He ran on the platform, he campaigned the platform of no slavery. The Southern states, aka the Democratic states, did not like this, right? They felt like it was no place for either themselves or the Republicans in the Union, okay? On December 20th, 1860, South Carolina succeeded. That means they left the Union. By February 1, separated from the Union. 1861, 6 more states, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas, had split from the Union. They seceded states created the Confederate States of America and elected Jeffrey Davis, a Mississippi senator, of the provisional president. Okay, so right now this is giving us a number about 7, but it ended up being a total about 11 states that succeeded, meaning they left the United States of America, which was then the National Union. Okay, they left the National Union, created the Confederacy. From that, we get the Confederate flag, okay? They left and created the Confederacy. The Confederacy is a known racist establishment, okay? And that's because it was established on racism. It was indeed established on racism, and even today it's notified as a racist establishment. That was formed by Democrats. That was formed by the Southern states that succeeded the National Union in opposition to the Republican Party, who ran their campaign on anti-slavery, okay? So they opposed anti-slavery. They succeeded from the Union as the Confederacy, who were against anti-slavery, meaning they were for slavery. The Confederacy was for slavery. The Confederacy was based on Southern states that were running against, or that were in opposition to Republicans, which indicates that they were Democrats. Okay, facts. You can check it for yourself. You can even search were Democrats a part of the Confederacy. All of the states that were a part of the Confederacy were Democratic states. Okay, and his and what happened is they didn't, I'll save that. In this inaugural address delivered on March 4th, 1861, Lincoln proclaimed that it was his duty to maintain the Union. He also declared that he had no intentions of ending slavery where it existed, or of repealing the fugitive slave law, a position that horrified African Americans and their white allies. Okay? So the fugitive slave law is that if you held fugitive slaves, you were considered an enemy of the state. Paraphrasing. Okay? He was not going to end the fugitive slave law, meaning that runaway slaves could not, after this law was passed, could not run to the north and seek asylum, because if they did and they were caught, then you were penalized as the person, the abolitionist who cared for these runaway slaves. Okay? And he was also not going to end slavery where it existed, meaning the South, okay? He didn't plan, when he ran on anti-slavery, he did not plan to end slavery where it already existed. His campaign was more so to advocate for the free slaves, okay? And it catered to those free slaves because it would deem, or it would direct civil support to his campaign from the free African Americans, okay? Right? That was a part of their campaign. Anti-slavery. It gave them support from people who shared the same sentiment, and it also gave them the moral support of the free slaves, because at that time the slaves could not vote, okay? Even though it was, not the slaves, the free people could not vote. I believe they didn't have the right to vote till 1865. Okay, so that's what's going on. Okay, they ran on an anti-slave platform, but Lincoln still was not going to refute the fugitive slave law, and he did not plan to end slavery in the South. Okay, so it was free in the North, slaves in the South. Lincoln's statement, however, did not satisfy the Confederacy. And on April 12th, right, he said that because he didn't want the Confederacy to break apart from the Union, because he wanted to keep the Union together. Because if the Union was separated, they risked the whole entire Union failing and being sieged by the Europeans, who about 100 years prior they segregated from by way of the Declaration of Independence and the Revolution, okay, Revolutionary War. So if the Union was separate, it gave their enemies a chance to infiltrate and to take them back under rule. And Lincoln did not want to have that happen to the Union under his presidency, right? He wanted to continue to build, as the 16th president, he wanted to continue to build a beautiful country that was in the process of being created, right? What he's seen as the beautiful country in the process of being created, right? He didn't want everything to fall apart because of his ideas and his views, okay? So it didn't please the Confederacy when he said he was not going to repeal the fugitive slave law, and he was not going to stop slavery where it already existed. They didn't think that was enough. They said, no, nigga, no. You're running on an anti-slavery platform. We don't agree with you. You don't agree with us. We don't agree with you. We separating. We don't want to be a part of you. We don't want our president to be anti-slavery, right? That doesn't make any sense. We need slaves to harvest our crops, to run our agricultural business, right? Slavery is a foundational piece of how this country was built. You're running on an anti-slave platform, meaning you don't believe people should have slaves, right? And you support people who feel like they shouldn't have slaves, right? It threatens the power structure of this country. No, we separating. We're starting our own. We're starting our own, which is called the Confederacy, which believes 100% in slavery. Okay? Did not satisfy the Confederacy, and on April 12th, they attacked Fort Sumter, a federal stronghold in Charleston, South Carolina. Federal troops returned to fire. The Civil War had begun. Okay, so they didn't agree with what Lincoln was trying to do. They made the Confederacy. They attacked the Union after the Confederacy was built, and that started the Civil War. Boom. Though contraband slaves had been declared free, meaning runaway slaves, Lincoln continued to insist that this was a war to save the Union, though contraband slaves had been declared free. Okay, so I chopped up pieces of this article, but Lincoln made it to where, okay, he went back on the fugitive slave law. Okay, he went back on it as his presidency continued. He made it to where runaway slaves were actually freed. Okay, though contraband slaves had been declared free, Lincoln continued to insist that this was a war to save the Union, not to free slaves, which initially it was, right? The war was happening because Abraham Lincoln wanted to assert his authority as a strong Union, like I said, and he wanted to win the war so that he could reunify the Union, so that the European enemies would not come in and overthrow the United States or the National Union. Okay, so even though slaves started to receive reparations throughout this war, he reminded the population, the people of the National Union, that this was not a war to free slaves. That was his intent. But by 1862, Lincoln was considering emancipation as a necessary step towards winning the war. So he started to realize that, right, from 1960 when he said, or 1961 when he said he was not going to go back on freeing the slaves or refuting the fugitive slave law. He repealed the fugitive slave law, right? And now contraband slaves were declared free. And then he started saying, no, it's still not a war about slavery, right? And then in 1862, he started to realize, okay, I might have to free the slaves. I might have to release the slaves in order to win the war. So he started to use it as a leverage point, and is going to tell you why he thought he had to do that. The South was using enslaved people to aid the war effort. Okay? The South was using enslaved people to aid the war effort. They were making slaves fight in the war. Black men and women were forced to build fortifications, work as blacksmiths, nurses, boatmen, and laundresses, and work in factories, hospitals, and armories. So this was going against the Confederacy fighting against the Union. The Confederacy was starting to get an advantage because they were using their slaves. In the meantime, the North was refusing to accept the services of black volunteers and freed slaves, the very people who most wanted to defeat the slaveholders. So the North was not enlisting the help of freed people, volunteers, or slaves, right? While the South was letting all of the black people fight in the war. They were making the black people fight in the war and do other things, miscellaneous things, to help them get an advantage in the war. In addition, several governments in Europe were considering recognizing the Confederacy and intervening against the Union. Like I said, the Europeans were looking to siege the United States of America once again. If Lincoln declared this a war to free the slaves, European public opinion will overwhelmingly back the North. Okay, so the Europeans did not believe in slaves. Okay, publicly, the public opinion was not to believe in slaves. So if Lincoln strategically decided to make this war about freeing slaves, then the Europeans, right, across the sea would back Abraham Lincoln instead of backing the Confederacy. They would back the Union. On July 22nd, 1862, Lincoln showed a draft of the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation to his cabinet. It proposed to emancipate the slaves in all rebel areas of January 1st, 1863. Okay, so it proposed to free the slaves in all rebel areas, okay, in all areas that were against the Union, all Confederate areas. It proposed that it would free the slaves in all of those areas. Secretary of State William H. Seward agreed with the proposal, but cautioned Lincoln to wait until the Union had a major victory before formally issuing the proclamation. Lincoln's chance came after the Union victory at the Battle of Antietam, in September 1862. He issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation of September 22nd. The proclamation warned the Confederate States to surrender by January 1st, 1863, or their slaves would be freed. So this was incentive to get the Confederacy, right, the Democrats, to surrender in the Civil War, right? He demanded, or he created the Emancipation Proclamation, which would declare that the slaves and rebel states would become free. Okay, so this means that all of the slaves, okay, in the eyes of the North would be considered free under the Emancipation Proclamation. So although the Confederacy was in the rebel zone, right, and they were at war with the North, which were the Union, okay, this would be the refuting of the fugitive slave law that he talked about, and this would also be the freeing of the slaves that he talked about in his congressional speech. Strategically freeing the slaves would give the Confederates incentive to surrender in the war, right? They would, if they did not free their slaves, if they did not surrender in the war, then all of their slaves would be freed. Okay, so it was almost a pump fake, right? He didn't want to free all of the slaves from the South. He didn't want to free all the slaves there was no slaves in the North. The North was already free of slaves, but he already didn't want to free the slaves from the South. But he threatened them, and he said, if you didn't surrender in the Confederacy, then we would free all your slaves. And then that would cause the slaves from the South to recognize that they were free and leave the clutches of the Confederacy and the rebel zones and then come to the North, okay? They would be considered free. They would not have to work under the tyranny of their masters by law. Okay? Some people were critical of the proclamation for only freeing some of the slaves. in the rebel zones. So I'm guessing they only freed some of the slaves, meaning the rebel zones, not the entire South. Oh, okay, that's what it is. The rebel zones, the Confederacy. So the entire South, right, has slaves, but the rebel zones, being the Confederacy, the ones who had broken away, succeeded, right, from the Union, were the only ones that had their slaves threatened to be free. All of the South states did not separate from the Union. Only 11 states did. So it threatened to free the slaves from the rebel zones, okay, not from the entire South. Some people were critical of the proclamation for only freeing some of the slaves. Others, including Frederick Douglass, were jubilant. Douglass felt that it was the beginning of the end of slavery and it would act as a moral bombshell to the Confederacy. Yet he and others feared that Lincoln would give in to the pressure from Northern conservatives and would fail to keep his promise. Despite the opposition, however, the president remained firm. On January 1st, 1863, he issued the final Emancipation Proclamation. With it, he officially freed all slaves within the states or parts of states that were in rebellion and not in Union hands. This left 1 million slaves in Union territory still in bondage. Okay? So this left 1 million slaves that were still in the South still in bondage, but it freed all of the slaves in the rebel zone. The Emancipation Proclamation, right? Emancipation Proclamation, the proclamation warned the Confederate states that some people were critical. Let me see. Douglass felt more incorrect. Yet, and other Lincoln would give an impression Northern conservatives, blah, blah, blah. Despite the opposition, forever, the president refrained. He issued the final Emancipation. So the Emancipation Proclamation did not free all of the slaves. The Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves in the rebel zones, meaning the slaves of the Confederacy, the slaves in captivity of those Democrats at the time. Okay? I got to do this because it go far back. In the South, most slaveholders were convinced that their slaves would remain loyal to them. Some did, but the vast majority crossed Union lines as soon as Northern troops entered the vicinity. A Confederate general stated in 1862 that North Carolina was losing approximately $1 million every week because of the fleeing slaves. Okay, so when he decided to free the slaves, right, free the slaves from the Union, as the soldiers of the Union approached the Confederate states, these slaves started to surrender and give themselves to the Union so that they could be free. They knew what time it was. Okay. So the Confederacy started losing money, and they started losing troops and workers. A new chapter in American history opened as the 13th Amendment passed in January 1865 was implemented. It abolished slavery in the United States. Okay. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery in totality in the United States. And now, with the end of the war, 4 million African Americans were free. Thousands of former slaves traveled through the South, visiting or searching for loved ones from whom they had become separated. Harriet Jacobs was one who returned to her old home. Former slaveholder. Okay, that's here nor there. Okay, so that is just to give y'all a backstory. I know that was probably long as hell, but that's to give y'all a backstory on who was for the slaves and who were not. Now, the northern states already had freed black people, okay? They ran their campaign on an anti-slavery platform. They were not with slavery. They did not want to do slavery. These are Republicans. They were against slavery. Northern state Republicans against slavery. They won the presidency with Abraham Lincoln, meaning they had the electoral vote and the majority. Okay? Even though they only won 40% of the popular vote, Lincoln still was running against two prime Democrats. Two Democrats. The Democrats that split their candidates into two, right? So he still had the majority votes, meaning the most people in the North did not want slavery. Most Republicans, right? Because only Republicans are only going to vote for Republicans. If you're a Democrat, you're not going to vote for the Republican. Okay, so the people who got Abraham Lincoln in the office electorally and popularly were Republicans, meaning the most of the country, or at least enough of the country in split, wanted Abraham Lincoln anti-slavery campaigning president to become the president, okay? Republican. He ran against Democrats. The Democrats succeeded, meaning 11 states left and formed a confederacy. They were still pro-slavery. They got into the Civil War. The Confederacy lost because Abraham Lincoln strategically freed the slaves so that the Confederacy would lose leverage. Okay? He freed the slaves. The Confederacy started to lose money, meaning they couldn't fund the war. And 2, slaves started to surrender to the Union, opposed to being under the tyranny of the Confederacy. This is how Abraham Lincoln won the war. As a result of freeing the slaves from the South, from the rebel states, he then abolished slavery in totality with the 13th Amendment. He almost had to, okay? It would be unfair to the other slaves to free 3/4 of the slaves, meaning half of the South slaves were free and the North slaves were already free. Why not free the rest of the slaves? Okay? He was already for anti-slavery, but he didn't want to commit to anti-slavery on a country scale. He didn't want to force people to let their slaves go because he didn't want to separate the Union. He didn't want to separate the Union. He didn't want to cause a rift in the Union. Okay? But he ended up having to do it to win the war anyway because the rift in the Union had already started. Okay? So this is just for some clarification. 1861, the Confederacy was formed. This is a Confederate flag that everybody hates, right? Who founded it? The Democrats. This is the Ku Klux Klan, which everybody hates, okay? Who founded it? The Democrats. The Democrats were found in 1865 after the slavery was abolished, okay? So this was after the Civil War, after slavery was abolished. You know, after the 13th Amendment, Democrats thought that they would terrorize abolitionists and freed slaves out of equality. They would terrorize them into segregation. They would terrorize them because we didn't win the war. Now we're just going to traumatize you. We're going to make you scared to live here. We're going to make sure you know that this is not a place for you, okay? So this was which was still illegal, but more of a legal way for them to refute slavery. It started off as like a protest group, right? It just got violent and out of hand. And that's words of the person who actually created the Ku Klux Klan. Do your research on that. The highly controversial Confederate flag and assembly of the KKK were both formed and orchestrated by Democrats as a rebellion to the National Union, okay? Continuing on. In 1850s, the debate over whether slavery should be extended into new Western territories split these political coalitions. Southern Democrats, here it is, they finally using their name, favored slavery in all territories, while their northern counterparts thought each territory should decide for itself via popular referendum, okay? So the northern territories thought, you know, you should be able to decide if you want to have slaves or not, okay? The Democrats wanted slavery in all territories. That's why they broke and formed a Confederate, because they wanted slavery. These hateful bastards wanted slavery everywhere. It's not just enough for us to have slavery in the South. We want it everywhere. And the reason for that is because it's a threat to power to have some people who don't agree with you. If certain people don't agree with you, and the slaves were actually running to the North, so they seek refuge in the North. So it was a threat to the Southern slave owners that their slaves could potentially run to the North and be free, right? It created a problem, right? It's like mom tells you you can't do something and you run to dad, okay? Mom and dad need to be on one accord. That was the idea of the Southern slave owners. As two different parts of the country, they needed the Republicans to agree with them so that the child wouldn't run to dad when mom said no, type of thing. At the party's national convention in 18, Southern Democrats nominated. Okay, so these John Breckinridge and Stephen Douglas were the two people that the Democrats nominated, and Abraham Lincoln ran against them both as an individual, and he won 40% of the popular vote. That means the other 60% was split between the other two, And 60% split two ways is 30%, whether one had more vote than the other. Neither one had more popular vote than Abraham Lincoln, and he was able to win because of that. So he was still favored. The North, the Republicans favored for Abraham Lincoln to win, meaning that Republicans were the advocates of no slavery because that's the platform he ran on. So if you voted for him, you supported the anti-slavery movement. And he was voted in electorally and by popular vote. He had 40%, which was the majority of the vote, being that the other 60% was split between the other two candidates. They don't say that here, but I'm reading between the lines that it was split between the other two candidates, that 60% was split. That means one of them, in order for any one of them to beat Abraham Lincoln in popular vote, one of them would have had 50%, would have to had 50% of the popular vote. Okay? Which I doubt if the candidacy was split anyway. Okay? It was split. The Democrats backed two people. So that's like them sending Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders in at the same time to go against Donald Trump, right? That means it was such of a split that they couldn't choose. So now there's 3 presidential candidates instead of 2, right? It's such a split they can't choose. So it wouldn't, the split in the popular vote wouldn't have favored one more than the other, meaning that at best, right, it was a 30-30 split. No, at worst, it was a 30-30 split. That's what I meant. At worst, it was a 30-30 split. At best, 40-20, right? But it would still mean that Abraham Lincoln had the majority of votes because he garnered 40% solely as the sole candidate, and he won the electoral vote. The Union victory in the Civil War left Republicans in control of the Congress, where they dominated for the rest of the 19th century. We're about to get into that, okay? Now, boom, here it is. The Republicans, the government went 70 years with only 3 Democratic terms until Roosevelt, okay? This is about 70 years from Abraham Lincoln moving forward. After the betrayal of the Confederacy, after the betrayal of the Democrats, right? The succession of the Democrats that failed. Now we get into the nitty gritty. Now we get into some good stuff. I hope you still tuned in and you still watching. Let's see how much time we done been on here. Okay, 3.5. I hope you tuned in and you still watching, okay? But now let's talk about it. The Republicans dominated executive office. So after the betrayal of the Democrats, they formed a Confederacy, okay? The Confederacy failed in the Civil War. They had to pledge their allegiance to America once more. They had to pledge their allegiance to the National Union all over again. That was a part of Abraham Lincoln's Reconstruction. He was murdered, and Andrew Johnson took his place, who started off a National Union, but was bullied into becoming a Democrat, and not necessarily bullied as in he was forced to become a Democrat, but he was initially a Democrat when he was in the Senate. He stayed with the Union. He was still a part of the Union when it separated, right? Or when the Confederacy separated, even although he was a Democrat. So he was a Democrat who stayed loyal to the National Union, okay? Not that he was in favor, okay, of all of the policies, but he was loyal to the Union, okay? He stayed loyal. So after the Union had regained control, right? Abraham Lincoln was murdered. Andrew Jackson became the president. He was a National Union Democrat, okay? He was a National Union Democrat, meaning he was already a Democrat, but he stayed loyal to the Union. So when the Union regained power back over the Confederacy, he was already a part of the Union still. He never broke from it, so he stayed a Democrat. I mean, yeah, he was a National Union Democrat, and if you look at it, then it's going to show you how he's actually both, okay? In a weird way, he was a National Union and he was Democrat, all right? All right? Yeah, boom, okay? So, when I said he was bullied into being a Democrat, it's because I read an article that was pretty much saying that people were telling him he couldn't play both sides, okay? So that being a part of the National Union was about loyalty to Abraham Lincoln and was about loyalty to being adopting the beliefs of Abraham Lincoln and about loyalty to the National Union, the Republican aspect of the National Union, and from that they deemed him a Democrat. Okay, but the point is that red, blue, red, right? This blue doesn't count. Red because this is Andrew Johnson, who assumed the role of president after Abraham Lincoln was murdered. Okay, red, blue, which was actually, let's get back, was actually red, but said it had to be blue because he was a Democrat and Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. So I'm guessing he must have been the vice president. He had to be. Yeah, he was the vice president. Right here it tells you, Andrew Johnson, because he assumed the role of president after the president was murdered. So it just was given to him. Okay, so it doesn't count. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, finally then blue. So red represents Republicans, blue represents Democrats. The Democrats had to prove their loyalty under the Reconstruction Act, right, which Andrew Johnson implemented, and they had to be pardoned, right? You had to pledge your allegiance back to the National Union, and you had to be pardoned in order to be considered a member of the National Union once more. Okay, the Democrats were considered treasonous. Democrats were considered, right, not patriotic. They were considered in a controversial manner. Okay, they were not purists of the country. This is why they didn't have the ability to obtain power for 70 years in our country. Almost the entire 19th century. The Republicans dominated they did dominate the entire 19th century, but with a slither of very few Democrats. Grover Cleveland won again in 1893. Then from 1893 to 1999, which is what, 30 years, Woodrow won. But it was like, it's very small gaps in between, and that's because Democrats were considered treasonous, right? They had to regain their prominence because they were once the prominent party. They had to regain their prominence as they lost the Civil War. They lost power. They lost significance. They lost authority. Okay? That all changed. It all began to change in 1933. When Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected, who was the president who has served the most terms in history. He served a total of, 1933, he served a total of 12 years. He served 3 terms, okay? Franklin Roosevelt served 3 terms. He was a Democrat, okay? This is where shit starts to make sense on why we vote Democrat, okay? Let's get into it. Let's get into it, okay? Roosevelt did not join the NAACP leaders both parties politically leveraged the melanated community, and this is how. Roosevelt did not join NAACP leaders in pushing for federal anti-lynching legislation, as he believed that such legislation was unlikely to pass and that his support for it would alienate Southern congressmen. Okay, so people were getting lynched. Roosevelt wasn't going to stop. He wasn't going to put, you feel me, anti-lynching legislation. He wasn't going to put laws against lynching, okay? He thought it was unlikely to pass, and he thought it would alienate, his support for it would alienate Southern congressmen. So, off the heels of the Civil War, which was, now at this moment, about 70 years, that's still fairly new. You're still trying to build a bond with your government, especially a newly elected president who has different views than you. You don't want to start a war inside of your government, a figurative war. That makes it hard for you to pass laws with your Congress by setting the tone with legislation that goes against what your Congress believes. Okay? He did, however, appoint a black cabinet. So this was his way of re-incentivizing black people for the fact that he was not going to stop people from getting lynched. He did, however, appoint a black cabinet African-American advisor to advise on race relations and African-American issues, and he publicly denounced lynching as murder. So he'll publicly denounce it as murder, but he wasn't going to set laws against it. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt vocally supported efforts designed to aid the African-American community, including the Fair Labor Standards Act, which helped boost wages for non-white workers in the South. Okay? So they were free. Slaves were free, but they were getting paid half of what the free white man was getting paid. Okay? So what he did was he raised the amount that white or that black previously owned slaves could receive. Now it was equal. He set equality in the work environment. In 1941, Roosevelt established the Fair Employment Practices Committee to implement Executive Order 8802, which prohibited racial and religious discrimination in employment amongst defense contractors. The FEPC was the first national program directed against employment discrimination, and it played a major role in opening up new employment opportunities to non-white workers. During World War II, the proportion of African-American men employed in manufacturing positions rose significantly. In response to Roosevelt's policies, African-Americans increasingly defected from the Republican Party during the 1930s and 1940s, becoming an important Democrat voting bloc in several northern states. Let's break that down. Okay, so he changed, right, the South, the workers in the South, right, the workers across the country were not being paid correctly, right? Roosevelt made it so that the workers in the South would receive fair pay. Okay? African Americans then began to defect from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, which indicates that African Americans had fealty, had loyalty to the Republican Party because of what Abraham Lincoln had did for these past 70 years as Republican Party dominated Congress, dominated the executive office, okay? They had a favor or a fondness to the Republican Party because of how the Republican Party under Abraham Lincoln had freed the slaves. But they were being treated unfairly in the work environment. So this was going on for about 70 years until Roosevelt. Roosevelt offered the African American more money and essentially paid the African American to switch parties. Essentially incentivize the African American to switch parties, incentivize the support of the African American, right, to switch parties by raising their wages in the work environment. Stay with me, because now we're talking about how or why black people religiously and habitually vote Democrat. 70 years post-Civil War defeat, the Democratic Party developed a new political approach to their controversial and overt pro-slavery and the 70 years post-Civil War defeat, the Democratic Party developed a new political approach to their controversial and overt pro-slavery and anti-egalitarianism views, okay? So the Democrats were hard on slaves. They were pro-slavery. They were Ku Klux Klan, Confederacy. They were harsh. They were nasty, right? They changed their approach. By the time 70 years in, they realized, okay, this shit is not getting us any power. We're not getting into the office. When Roosevelt got in, he changed the Democratic approach. Their new approach that catered to pro-black issues of their choosing, right? Not all black issues, but they pick and chose the black issues that they want to accommodate. Among the list, garnered them political favor with the desperate black community. The African Americans slowly diverted from the Republican endorsement that freed them and leaned Democratic to obtain more freedoms. The Democrats have utilized the tactic of catering to the black community for political leverage since Roosevelt. Okay? Okay, so understand. Roosevelt was a Democrat. He was a Democrat 70 years out past the Civil War. Not too far. Okay? Okay? He was, let's see. You know what? I'm not going to look into it and actually see how old he was when he became president. I'm just going to assume he looks about like a middle-aged man. Like he's about 40, like he's about 50. Okay? 50 at the least. Okay? He's at least 50. Okay? I don't feel like going out and actually figuring out how old he was. That ain't shit. How old was Roosevelt when he got elected? Okay. After McKinley's children was Franklin, because it's two Roosevelt, so I got to make sure it's the right one. Okay. See the same on their friends. Although Jane is, oh no, not Franklin. Is that Franklin? Am I tripping? Which president is we talking about? Yeah, Franklin Roosevelt. Okay, so he was 38. Okay, perfect. I was way off. Let me make sure. Although his nomination surprised most people, Roosevelt balanced the ticket as a moderate and Wilson and President, and Roosevelt had just turned 48 years younger than there had been when you see. That's when he was nominated. So we can assume that. Okay, he was born in 1882. Okay, so let's do some math. If he was born in 1882, he was elected in 1993. Let's see. 1993 minus 1882. He was 51. So I was right. He was 51. Okay. The Civil War is about 70 years, right, gone when Roosevelt is elected. Okay. Meaning 20 years after the Civil War, he was born. Okay? 20 years after the Civil War, he was born. Okay? What's the point, Dante? What are you getting at? Okay? The point that I'm making is that he's a child of a proud Democrat. Okay? He has to be. And by child, that doesn't mean, I mean politically. Politically. Okay? 20 years after the Civil War, right? And then we're talking about strong segregation, strong implementation of fear-mongering and brutality from law enforcement and Ku Klux Klan, right? That was going on right after the Civil War. So, right, he's born into that era. As a Democrat, he takes the political stance of a Democrat. Democrats still strongly believe, out of the Confederacy, fresh out of the Confederacy, they believe in pro-slavery. They believe, right, in pro-slavery, and they believe in segregation and black codes, right, which were adopted by certain states after the Civil War in order to segregate black people and to give them less privilege. Okay, he's born into that era, and he assumes the political position of Democrats still in that era, meaning he's freshly adopting the Democratic ideas that are still trying to segregate from black people. Okay, so the point that I'm making is that Roosevelt is still a Democrat. He's still the same type of Democrat, right, that was pro-slavery, right? Because we got the black codes, which turned into the Jim Crow laws in the 90s, but, or they turned into the Jim Crow laws, period, but they became popular in the 90s. The black codes, the Ku Klux Klan, right? And these segregational measures, he's born into these, and he takes the position of Democrat, who are the ones enforcing these segregating measures. He has the idea of the Confederacy still, but he changes his approach, okay? He changes his approach, and I'm not just saying him, but the party in totality changed their approach, as they still are the ones, the Democrats are still trying to enforce the black codes, trying to enforce segregation, right? The Democrats are still, some of them are Ku Klux Klanning, okay? If you know what I mean. Roosevelt takes a different approach and essentially incentivizes the slaves' freedom, or incentivizes the black person's fealty by paying them. He pays them for their loyalty. He pays them for their allegiance by raising the amount of money that they can make in the workspace, okay? Now, after that, we start to see a trend. After Roosevelt, right, finally gets out of office after 12 years, but he's finally allowed the African American to make a substantial amount of money, and they start to convert from Republican, who freed them. They start to revert, because you got to think, slaves. Let me fact check myself. Actually, I think I can do that in the slide. Hold on. Okay, let me see. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. Okay, so that's what I thought. He paid for the African American fealty, right? And they began to switch from being Republican to Democrat. And at that time, black people were able to vote, right? They were able to vote in northern states. In 1870, they were able to vote in northern states, okay? That's what I had to just look up to fact check myself and make sure, because I was about to say that. Or I wasn't going to say the date, but I was going to say that they were able to vote, and I had to make sure. He incentivized them to switch parties, and it changed the direction, or it changed the landscape of power now. And you start to see a trend, because here you see all red, because black people who are able to vote in 1870 were voting Republican. They were voting Republican because Republican freed them. All freed slaves weren't able to vote because of the black codes that were not legal, but it was legal measures taken, illegal, but at that time legal measures taken to stop Southern black people, even if they were free to vote. But Northerners could vote still. So you started to see the Northerners who could actually vote start to change their vote from Democrat to from Republican to Democrat, because Roosevelt paid them. Roosevelt allowed them to make more wages, right? Which was smart. He changed the regular Democratic approach, which was still for segregation, but it was for power. It was for segregation, but it was to empower Democrats to be able to regain their prowess in the system once more, okay? So this is where we see the change. We literally see the transfer of power, as black people were able to vote in 1870, but they were voting Republican because they were freed by Republicans, and it would be considered treasonous to anoint Democrats to Congress, right? Anoint Democrats to executive offices. They were voting Republicans religiously. Then after President Roosevelt made it nationwide, right, to give wages, equal wages to black African American people, they started to vote Democrat. He paid for the loyalty of the African American community. And then you see Harry Truman come in. Then you see JFK. Then you see Lyndon B. Johnson. Okay, so they get, like, out of 5, they got 4 blues out of 5 now. 4 Democratic presidents out of 5 now, opposed to having 3 in the last 70 years, right? They started to dominate the executive office, okay? So let's read here. The truth about Democrats. Republicans never were compelled to do anything significant for black people because they represented the northern states. Keep that in mind. Republicans didn't have, they didn't feel compelled to do anything significant for black people because they represented the northern states, where a level of equality for African Americans was already normalized. It was already normal for Frederick Douglass to be walking around in the northern states writing articles and publishing them into major news outlets, okay? The United States has and still practiced referendum by state, which allows each state to have their own specific laws that are not in contrast with the law of the Union. This was a method of prevention for Republican presidents to fully be involved with the matters of southern states, especially after the Civil War that threatened the union of the states. Okay, let me stop there. I had to say that because you got to understand what Roosevelt did when he offered those wages, right, to the slaves or to the post-slaves, black people nationwide, especially in the South, first in the South and then nationwide as the president. It was an issue that was happening, right, particularly in the South, right? Why we would ask why the Republicans don't care about black people because they never did anything about giving black people wages? No, right? They practiced referendum of state, meaning they were not going to interfere with how the Southerners were running their states. Okay, they couldn't interfere, or they chose not to interfere because of referendum of state. Right, they let the Southerners run their states how they wanted to run their states, as long as it didn't go against the Constitution. And there was no law that said a black person had to make this certain amount of money. Therefore, that was not a law that they would enforce upon those Southern states that were depriving those black people, right, of specific wage amounts. Now, the northern states, I got to do research, but I'm pretty sure this was a regular thing, right? It was a common thing for black people to not have the same wages. Even freed slaves, even people of the North probably didn't have the same wages because they didn't even have the right to vote until 1870. So they still weren't treated completely equally, right? And if northern states black people had the right to vote, if northern states white people had fair wages, then when Roosevelt made the wages fair for the South, it would not have influenced the northern voters because they already had that right, you know? He made it nationwide, which gave them money and it bought their vote. Okay, so they already didn't have that privilege. So the Republicans were not going to tell the Southerners to pay their African American people who are receiving less wages, because the Northerners were not going to tell the Southerners to pay African Americans who were receiving less wages, because the Northerners wasn't paying their black people, right? The Republicans wasn't paying their black people the necessary wage, but the black people in the North didn't see it as an issue because they had already been free and they had already been working, right? They seen it as, oh, we're working, we're not going to complain, we already getting money, right? They already was allowing them to work and make money there before it even happened in the South. So in the South, so the Republicans did not interfere with what the Southern states were doing when they were not allowing black people in the South to make proper wages. For 70 years, the Republicans didn't interfere because of referendum of state. They wanted to allow those states to be able to operate how they felt necessary. They still do that to this day. The United States does that to this day, as long as it doesn't go against the Constitution. Okay? So that's why you may think, oh, why didn't the Republicans do anything for black people? The Democrats the only ones who stepped up and did something for black people. No, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened, right? The Democrats were playing catch up. The Republicans are already, they were setting the tone. They had set the tone already. That's why they were called the Republicans. They didn't believe in slavery. Or that's what made them Republicans. They didn't believe in slavery. They believed in a form of equality, some form of it, okay? Democrats were playing catch up, but by them playing catch up, okay, they got ahead of the curve and they incentivized the vote, right? They incentivized the vote of African Americans by allowing them fair opportunity and fair funds in the work environment, okay? its independence from its former Europe. Okay, and like I said, coming off the heels of the Civil War, the Republicans once again did not want to meddle with or they did not want to interfere with democratic processes because they wanted to keep the Union together, to protect themselves from the European, right, overthrow, to prevent them from having to battle the British, right, the European cohorts, if you will, right? They wanted to remain in power so that they would not seem weak to the Europeans, and the Europeans would come over and then siege what we now know as the U.S., okay? That's another reason why the Republicans didn't intervene. The Republicans who had free people, who had satisfied black people, did not intervene, right? The Republican presidents did not intervene with the unfair treatment that was happening in the South for 70 years after the Civil War, okay? That's why they didn't intervene, because they did not, they had a referendum of state. Not saying it's right, but that's the reason. Republicans allowed Southern democratic matters that did not interfere with the Constitution to remain Southern matters uninterfered. Okay? History appears to present itself as if Democrats gradually provided liberations for oppressed black people, but in actuality, Democrats were far behind the Northern Republic states as they began to accommodate blacks in the South to gain political leverage from those blacks. And two, partisanship from the northern liberated blacks who had escaped the South but left their families behind in tyranny. Okay? Southern liberation. All right? Let's read. As a result, white-dominated state legislatures consolidated control and effectively reestablished the black codes in the form of so-called Jim Crow laws, a system of segregation that would remain in place for nearly a century. Okay, so the black codes became Jim Crow laws, right? The black codes were denied by the president of the time, that I forget who it was. I think it was Andrew Johnson. Denied the black codes that they tried to create right after the Civil War. But they just disguised the black codes as a Jim Crow laws, which is just a way to legally discriminate against people to stop them from having equality. In the 1950s and 60s, securing voting rights for African Americans in the South became a central focus of the civil rights movement. Okay, so people could already vote in the North, but in the 1950s and 60s, they decided, we have to be able to vote in the South too. Why the sweeping Civil Rights Act of 1964 finally banned segregation in schools and other public places, it did little to remedy the problem of discrimination in voting rights. The brutal attacks by state and local law enforcement on hundreds of peaceful marchers led by Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights activists in Selma, Alabama in March 1965 drew unprecedented attention to the movement for voting rights. Okay? Martin Luther King brought attention to the rights. Later that year, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed into law the Voting Rights Act, which banned literacy tests and other methods used to disenfranchise black voters. Okay, so pretty much they banished the Jim Crow laws under Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson, too, himself is also a Democratic president. This continues the trend on why African American people religiously vote Democrat, because it appears as if the Democrats are doing things for black people, but in actuality, in reality, all they were doing was liberating the South, who was already behind the North, who was already free. Okay, and in liberating the South, they gained the favor of the northern black people who had family in the South. Okay, so stay with me. Understand that they're not just going around, the Democrats, the Democratic presidents who appear to have done the most for black people were not just going around doing the most for black people. No, they were playing catch up. All right, they changed their political approach and they started to liberate the South, which was oppressed for much longer, or which was oppressed, period. The North was not oppressed, right? And they were playing catch up. But because they started to liberate the North and incentivize people who were oppressed, liberate the South and incentivize people who are oppressed in the South financially, right? that sentiment rubbed off to the people on the North, meaning, okay, if the Southerners start to get financially incentivized after all of this time, then that's then too applied to the North, who didn't see a problem with taking the wages they were taking financially because they were already free, right? Like taking what I can get type of shit. Like, I'm good. Like, shit. But then you see somebody else starting to get more, then it's like, shit. Like, I'm making $7 an hour. I'm straight. I'm straight as hell. But then I start to see, you know, my brother at the same job I'm at, but on another side of town making $14 an hour, then I'm going to say, oh, I need 14 then. It's type of idea. The northern states started to turn Democrat. The people in the black northern states started to turn Democrat because Roosevelt incentivized them with payment. And then Lyndon B. Johnson, right, as a two Democratic president, banished the Jim Crow laws, which were segregating the oppressed family of the northern blacks who were in the South. It was oppressing them, right? And as Lyndon B. Johnson nullified the Jim Crow laws and allowed black people in the South to vote, then white people had black people already had the Democratic gratitude from Roosevelt. Now they had even more incentive to continue to vote Democrat because of Lyndon B. Johnson, who gave that right to the Southerners. Okay? So I hope you're following me. I hope it's starting to make sense because we're about to speed up to 2020. The Democratic Party has made it a trend to exploit racial issues for political leverage, to strengthen the party after its fall amid the Civil War. So the Democratic Party fell during the Civil War, and it changed its political platform, the idea, its approach, right? And it began to accommodate the South instead of being so harsh, so pro-slavery, right? So pro-segregation, right? They changed their approach to liberating the South, even though the Republicans had already liberated the North, right? It was no oppression in the North for hundreds of years, right? The South was playing catch up, and they started to liberate and give incentive to their people, to their black people in the South, and it started to change how the North viewed, right, politics, because they were affected by how the South started to become liberated, right? The South got their funds raised. The North got their funds raised, even though the North didn't see any problems with having the funds they had. They got their funds raised, so it changed their favor from Republican to Democrat, right? The South got able to vote because of Lyndon B. Johnson, even though the North was already voting. And then the North, already loyal to Roosevelt, who was Democrat, now it's in favor of their Southern family who's able to vote. Reinforces the perpetuation of the black people voting Democrat. Okay, and it re-strengthens the Democratic Party after it fell as the Confederacy in the Civil War. Okay, they exploited racial issues, racial concerns for political leverage in order to regain their prowess in the political infrastructure. Okay. All right. Let's see how they're still doing it today. Okay. So Democratic Party, right, is making a trend to exploit racial issues for political leverage to strengthen the party amid the Civil War. After its fall amid the Civil War, they're still doing it today. Let's see how politicians today, right, run their campaign on the backbone of racial issues, run their campaign on the backbone of racial propaganda, right, on incentivizing African Americans for political leverage. Right? Let's hear it.
This is Joe Biden. Black lives.
This is Captain Crime Law. This is Captain Crime Law.
Lives matter, period. I'm not a
Captain 1994 crime law, crime bill. You should call this Joe Crime Bill Biden.
afraid to say it. Inequities have to be met head on. Black lives matter, period. I'm not a
Black lives matter now, huh? But in 1994 they didn't matter. Black lives matter to you now, but in 1994 they didn't matter to you. Clearly, that's what he's saying, right? Because we already addressed how that's a bunch of baloney when the 1994 crime bill specifically targets black people, okay? We already determined why it targets black people, right? Because it was written and comprised by Joe Biden, who was a Democrat. Democrats, right, had a harshness towards black people. Democrats are the ones who were pro-segregation. Democrats are the ones who were pro-slavery, okay? Okay? So it's in the Democratic premise. It's underlined in the Democratic premise to be racist. Right? Now it's adopting new meanings as it's blindly growing under the preconceived notion that Democrat is liberal, but in actuality, right? In actuality, Democrat is just a finesse. That's why they adopted tech. That's why they adapted to the times, because the Democrats have been struggling for years to regain power because of what happened in the Civil War. So they scramble to any issue that they can find that can give them political leverage. So they're not liberal. No, they're cowards. They don't have a specific platform, right? They don't have a specific code of ethic. They don't have a specific creed that they stand by. They search for any opportunity. They're opportunists. They search for any opportunity to regain power because of their fall after the Civil War. They're not liberal. No, that's not the idea. They're searching for power. They're clinging to power, opposed to how Republicans go about it as the Grand Old Party. They have structure. They have backbone. They stand for the same thing every time, right? Their ideas and the creed of their campaigns don't flurry, right? They don't go back and forth. They don't switch. They don't change. They might be innovated time here and now, but they stay true to what they believe, wrong or right. Democrats are not liberal, or they're only egalitarian or only liberal because it caters to the opportunity to garner power. Okay? That's why Joe Biden created that crime bill back then, because it worked in his favor then. Right? He could be Mad Joe and create the crime bill, right? Because it was not a part of the Democratic agenda at that moment to keep black people out of jail. It was more power in it for him to put them in jail. Opportunist. Now Black Lives Matter. It's a clear contradiction. If nothing else shows it, this video clearly shows you the contradiction and what he's talking about. Now Black Lives Matter.
Joe Biden. Black lives matter, period. I'm not afraid to say it. Inequities have to be met head on. African Americans need a fair shake when it comes to economic opportunity, healthcare, criminal justice, education, and housing. That's why if I'm elected, we'll get COVID under control by listening to the science. We'll raise the minimum wage to a living wage of $15 an hour.
Okay, let's talk about that. We'll raise the minimum wage to a living wage of $15 an hour. Okay, he even said, let's target this. this is the thing, right? Roosevelt all over again. Roosevelt all over again. What are we going to do? What are we going to do to overthrow the Republicans? Roosevelt. I know what we're going to do. We're going to raise the minimum wage for black people. Okay? We're going to create fair opportunities for black people to make the same amount as the white people in the country. Okay? What is Joe Biden saying? What are we going to do to overthrow the Republicans? What are we going to do to overthrow Trump? I got it. We're going to raise the minimum wage. Because black people are amongst the most poor people. No, black people are the poorest people in the country. Right? So if anybody has a minimum wage job, it's a black person. Okay? If anybody has a minimum wage job, it's a black person. So, no, we're not just going to raise the minimum wage. Essentially, I'm saying we're going to raise the amount of money that black people can make. Okay? We're going to raise the amount of money that black people can make. We're going to cater specifically to black people by raising the minimum wage because they're amongst the only ones with the consideration of other minorities like Latinos who make minimum wage. So we're going to raise the amount of money that they can make, right? But what we're not going to tell them is that raising the minimum wage only changes the poverty line. It only changes the finish line. So it's not going to really do anything more for them. It just makes the poverty line higher. Now, if poverty was considered to be making $20,000 a year, we're raise the minimum wage, so poverty is going to be considered making $30,000 a year. So they're still going to be considered poverty because the classes are all going to move up. If middle class was 50 to 70, if middle class was 30 to 60, now middle class is going to be 35 to 65. And if rich or if high class was 65 to 100, now it's going to be 70 to 100 and so on and so forth, right? It just raises up. The poverty line raises. And when the poverty line raises and the qualification for class raises, right? The value of the dollar drops. Okay? And when the value of that dollar drops, it's like the minimum wage never happened at all. Because the prices of everything costs more. Everything costs more because the economy is fluctuating at a higher rate. So it's almost like the minimum wage never happened. You just you lift the line. Oh, and then he's going to say, oh, yeah, we're going to make marijuana legal. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. We don't, you feel me? Like, you're trying to buy people. You're trying to buy our people with these little bitty things. Democrats have been about power for themselves and segregation from themselves and black people from the beginning. Okay? Right? Clear Democrat trying to empower himself, trying to empower his platform by incentivizing black people to stay poor, by incentivizing us with a bunch of nothing. Okay? Lyndon B. Johnson incentivized us by allowing Southerners to vote. Northerners had already been voting like 100 years before that. Where's the incentive? Roosevelt incentivized, right, by giving black people equal pay. Yo, the Northerners were already giving black people pay before that, and offering equal pay is not an incentive because all you're doing is giving somebody something that they should have had in the first place. Where's the incentives here?
Will protect the Affordable Care Act, provide $100 billion in capital for minority-owned small businesses.
Provide $100 billion in capital for minority small owned business. I wonder how much that is out of the pie when you consider how many other, all of the other subgroups that are making money, right? If I had to guess, I'd say that's probably like 1%, maybe 3 or 4% of how much all of the other subgroups are circulating financially through their accumulation of businesses as a community, as a race. I bet you. I could bet it. I'm going to do some research and figure it out. But on top of that, what's the point of funding black business if you don't have infrastructure to teach people how to start business? That's the key. Like, yeah, you can say this is going to sit, that money's going to sit there, bro. That money's going to sit there because you can say all day, yeah, we're going to provide $100 million for people to be able to, black people to be able to start a business. But if they don't even know how to start a business, if they don't even know what they got to do to get the funding, right? That's the problem. That's the problem. It's like the COVID money. It's a lot of COVID money sitting there because, yeah, it's for businesses, right? But a lot of people don't know how to get the money. A lot of people don't have the business to get the money. So a lot of blacks don't have the businesses to get the money. And even if they start one to get the money, they don't have the education on how to create the business. So I think it'd be much smarter to invest hundreds of more billions into programs and platforms that teach these people how to successfully run a business. Okay? If we needed money for businesses, it would be because we already have businesses. The average black person does not have a business, and I can tell you that because I live in a city of the average black person. They don't know. We don't know how to do that shit. I got an idea because I've done it before, but the average person doesn't know how. And even when you do know how, it's still ramifications to getting the funding. You have to know how to receive the funding. That's a different aspect of it. So he's going to say legalize weed and shit too. Okay, I'm about to try to bring this thing to a close. Let's see how long I've been here. 4 hours now. We'll try to bring this thing to a close within the next, wait, how long did I say I've been here? 4.5 hours. Okay, so you know, there it is, typical Democrat, incentivizing black people in order to gain power. It's done with Roosevelt, done with Lyndon B. Johnson, and now here again. It was done with Barack Obama, most definitely, right? That was probably the worst exploitation. We didn't even talk about that one. We didn't have the time. It wasn't a part of the presentation, but we didn't even talk about that one, right? But that's more black people voted than white people in the year of the Barack Obama election, okay? And it's just a face. The Democrats, like I said, they're opportunists. They picked a black guy, right? Because what black person really, right, in their heart is a Democrat when they understand the root of the Democratic Party, when they understand what the Democratic Party actually stands for, what black person in their heart is actually a Democrat? No, they picked a black man, to represent the Democratic Party in order to gain favor with the African Americans to assume power. It's what they've done. It's what they always have done in the past, and it's what they're doing now. Look here, a known liberal, George Soros, a known liberal, a known leftist, who's not even a part of the country, but he's still a known liberal. known anti-Trump. George Soros Foundation pours $220 million into racial equality push. Mr. Soros Group will invest $100 million into grants for black-led racial justice groups. We know what it's talking about. Black Lives Matter. What other group? What's the biggest black-led racial group? Black Lives Matter. Other than that's the NAACP, and first is Black Lives Matter because it's the most popular one. Okay, if you want to fund a black activist group, it's Black Lives Matter because they're the most prominent. Okay, that's what that means. The Open Society Foundation, the philanthropic group founded by the business magnate George Soros, announced on Monday that it was investing $220 million in efforts to achieve racial equality in America, a huge financial undertaking that will support several black-led racial justice groups for years to come. The initiative, which comes amid national protests for racial equality and calls for police reform ignited by the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, will immediately reshape the landscape of black political and civil rights organizations and signals the extent to which race and identity have become the explicit focal point of American politics in recent years. Okay, you get the point. This man donated $150 million to the likes of Black Lives Matter. Okay, here we have, right, liberals, Democrats incentivizing black people with money because we're poor. Incentivizing black people with rights because we're oppressed. And they're doing it for political leverage. What other reason does George Soros, who's not even a citizen of our country, have to fund black-led racial justice groups? This shit don't even got nothing to do with this man. Racism in America has literally nothing to do with this nigga. I'm sure there's some shit going on in his country. I believe he's from Israel. I'm sure there's some shit going on in his country that he can put $150 million to. Right? But no. He decides he wants to fund black-led racial groups, a.k.a. Black Lives Matter, who he's been rumored to have founded originally anyway. He wants to fund black-led racial justice groups, right? Out of any that he could have funded. Okay? No, he's a known liberal, and he's doing what liberals do. They incentivize the black community with money and with rights in order to gain political favor. Okay? You pretty much pay them for their fealty. You pay them for their loyalty. You pay them for your political leverage so that you know that they'll vote for you. Okay? And he's doing this as he represents the liberals, right? He represents the likes of Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, right? He gains favor to that party from his generous donations. Okay? Take a look at this. BLM funding, okay? Let's get into it. Bank of America, $1 billion. This is all after the George Floyd situation. Bank of America, $1 billion. NBA, $300 million. NFL, $250 million. Jordan Brand, $100 million. Nike, $40 million. Facebook, $10 million. Amazon, $10 million. United Health, $5 million. Disney, $5 million. Lego, $4 million. YouTube, $1 million. Warby Parker, $1 million. Uber, $1 million. Intel, $1 million. Home Depot, $1 million. Glossier, $1 million. Etsy, $1 million. Electronic Arts, $1 million. Wendy's, $500,000. Peloton, $500,000. Lyft, $500,000. So on and so forth. Gap, $250,000. Spanx, $200,000. Levi, $200,000. Ubisoft, $200,000. Toms, $100,000. Lululemon, $100,000. Okay, this is not mentioning the hundreds of well-known celebrities that donated hundreds of thousands and even millions in a lot of cases, in several cases, hundreds of celebrities donated thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions. Right, and this doesn't even include private donors or people who blanketly like Walmart said, we're going to give $400 million to Injustice. You don't know how much they gave to Black Lives Matter, right? People like Foot Locker who blanketly said we're going to give $250 million to Injustice right after George Floyd. You don't know how much they gave to Black Lives Matter. I think it's safe to assume with the $1 billion from Bank of America and the $500 million from the NBA and the NFL, it's safe to assume that Black Lives Matter now, right? Not even counting the rest and not even counting the private, right? Private donations. When you tally everything up, Black Lives Matter is a multi-billion-dollar company now. A multi-billion-dollar organization now is Black Lives Matter. It's safe to assume when you can see that there's $1 billion here and $500 million here and another $100 million here. At the least, Black Lives Matter is a $1 billion organization now. Imagine that. $1 billion organization, okay? Black Lives Matter is being manipulated. The idea of Black Lives Matter is not a bad idea by any means. However, it has become a $1 billion organization that is endorsed by and endorses Democrats, liberals solely as a movement, okay? Democrats do not endorse Republicans. At least not for executive office. Okay, I put that disclaimer out there because I don't know what goes on fully in Congress, but I know what I see in Black Lives Matter, and I know that especially in executive office, they do not endorse Republican candidates. Republican is seen as a sin in a black community, so I doubt if they endorse them at all. So they favor one party. At the least, they favor one party. They favor the left. Black Lives Matter favors the left. A multi-billion-dollar organization that is endorsed and endorses Democrat platform. Okay? That endorses the same party of individuals who are pro-slavery, who are pro-segregation, who invented the Jim Crow laws. They endorse the same political party that is the reason for their oppression. They endorse the same political party that is the reason for their oppression, opposed to the political party being the Republicans that freed them and was pro-black in all of this. That had nothing to do with the Jim Crow laws. That had nothing to do with segregation that needed Martin Luther King and others to disband. No, we're not going to support them. We're actually going to demonize the man, right? We're going to directly, as a movement, go against the man who has done criminal justice reform that has undermined Joe Biden's 1994 crime bill. No, we're going to go against Trump, who's doing the First Step Act that undermines the 1994 crime bill, that refutes the crime bill and lets free thousands that were incarcerated because of the crime bill. We're going to go against the man who gave historically black colleges the most money, right, they've ever received, $250 million a year indefinitely. We're going to go against the man who's providing funds to educate our people. We're going to go against Donald Trump, the man who had the lowest black unemployment rate since World War II, the man who's creating jobs for the black people. We're going to go against him, and we're going to support the left, support liberals, the ones who pose as if they're egalitarian, right? When members of this party originated the Ku Klux Klan. Right? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that we can move like this, right? And I'm not looking down because this information is new to me. This information is new to me. But it's crazy that we could be under such a spell because of the media, because they're in control of the media. Right? That's crazy. Democratic politicians, again, as they have done in the past, are escalating racial issues for political leverage. As we've seen, as I've proven in this presentation that they've done time and time again, they're escalating racial issues for political leverage. They're profiting off racial propaganda in order to get political power. Once again, right? And it's because we know that Black Lives Matter has received all of this funding. They are a multi-billion-dollar organization at the least, right? And they've been endorsed, right? We just seen Joe Biden run his campaign on that. Black Lives Matter. I'm not afraid to say it, right? Of course you're not afraid to say it because they're a multi-billion-dollar company that if you say it, if you take the core of their issues, they're going to back you, right? You essentially bought Black Lives Matter when you propagated the George Floyd situation, the Breonna Taylor situation, the Ahmaud Arbery situation, right? When you have these type of situations on a replay through the mainstream media every day, right? George Floyd can be killed on Twitter, but Joe Biden can't have an article released against his campaign on Twitter, right? When you allow these narratives to recycle through the mainstream media on a regular basis, okay, which calls for people to fund Black Lives Matter in sympathy, you buy Black Lives Matter inadvertently. You cause all of these companies, all of these athletes, all of these celebrities to put money into this foundation off of this propaganda that you've created through the mainstream media that you own as a Democrat. And now Black Lives Matter is empowered, financially empowered, right? And it supports you as a Democrat because you have supported or pretended to stand for the things that Black Lives Matter represents, and you've pushed those things and propagated those things in the mainstream media to financially fuel Black Lives Matter to fund your platform as a Democrat. Now you have the ultimate funding, unlimited funding. Not only unlimited funding, you have the influence of millions of voters, African American voters who essentially won Barack Obama the presidency. You have the power to repeat Barack Obama every single term because you funded Black Lives Matter. Not only have you funded it, you've identified with their core values. The Democratic Party, who is in control of major media platforms, encourage and fuel racial propaganda that the public seeks to absolve with activism and funding. Okay? Black Lives Matter, as the largest African-American activist group, is funded and its core values are assumed by Democratic leaders who parade to represent these causes with intent of forming an alliance that empowers their political prowess. They pretend that they believe the same shit we believe in, right? And it just gives them political leverage like it did with Roosevelt, like it did with Lyndon B. Johnson, like it did with Barack Obama. Black Lives Matter is being manipulated and even encouraged to be outraged into riots by the exact people. Joe Biden, you see him say it. You should be angry. You should be angry. And I advise that you say you're not having it. You go out there, right? They're already saying if Trump wins, they're going to incite a civil war. They're going to incite riots. They encourage people to riot. We have proof, right? We have proof. They tell the police to stand down. They encourage people to riot. By the exact people who are inciting the racial tension that have been the root of it since the Civil War in 1861. They have been the root of racial tension. They encourage it now through mainstream media, right? And they tell people to go riot. They imply that we should riot to let our voice be heard and that we should be tired of the civil unrest. They do that so that we can destroy things. so that we can destroy things that they don't want around, right? We're talking about rioting specifically, so that we can destroy things that empower independence. Okay? Oh, I got a video for y'all. This shit, we're coming to the end. Listen to this.
If you come to our website at Solari.com, we have a series of articles. On the homepage, you can find the one for Portland. But when the riots in the United States started, Alex, I looked at them and I said, you know, there's something strange going on here. And the first thing I realized that in 37 cities that have Fed locations, we had riots in 34. I said, that's a remarkable connection. So the next thing we did is we took three cities that had riots. First, we did Minneapolis, then we did Kenosha, Wisconsin, and then we did Portland. And we mapped out where we had data from the internet that said that there was property damage. And what we discovered was these aren't riots. These are urban redevelopment projects.
These aren't riots. These are urban redevelopment projects. What does she mean? She means that the places where rioting is happening is targeted places. The property that's being destroyed is targeted, and she's going to tell you why.
If you look at all three mappings of where the damage was versus not only that it's a Fed city, but that a lot of the damage is in opportunity zones. Now, do you know what an opportunity?
A lot of the damage done by rioting is in opportunity zones, okay? They're going to explain what opportunity zones are because they're going to do a better job than me.
Opportunity zone is?
Yes, it's these investment zones. So we even got internal Antifa documents where they're told what stores to even target. They're given a map.
Right. So if I want to go in, so if you look at our map of Minneapolis and the sort of the
opportunity zones are places that are low cost for investment. Okay. They're low cost for investment. That's a good place to start a business. Okay.
The bottom of one of the big opportunity zones is on a place called Lake Street. If you and I as an investor wanted to go into Lake Street and acquire all of that real estate and persuade those businesses to sell out and shut down.
You attack it, you burn it down, it drives down the...
If you wanted to go into an opportunity zone, right, as a financially well-off person and acquire the entire real estate, then what do? Right? Like you said, you attack it, you burn it down.
Price short term, but you get it and get the reinvestment to reinvigorate it.
Well, it's
right. So let's see.
It's better than that because by destroying those businesses, you know, it's easy to get. So the speed of the accumulation and the price of the accumulation improved dramatically.
Okay. So what she's saying is that, right, these opportunity zones, right, they send people in, right, with the riots, right, and she just did some research and figured out, like, put two and two together of what was happening, where the riots were happening. They were happening in opportunity zones, right? They send people in by way of riot. They destroy certain properties, okay, and that leaves these properties to be collected by an individual who is willing to pay for the damages, right? Paraphrasing, who's willing to pay for the damages, right? The value of those properties go down, so now it's even easier to buy. You can obtain those properties quickly because the value of those prices go down, and the value of those properties go down because they're damaged, one, and two, because they're in an area, right, that has been ravaged. They are in an area that is being demeaned by the rioting. So it's no longer a good area for business. It's no longer an opportunity zone because of the crime that happens there. And that's what they've been doing with Black Lives Matter, right? We can talk about why in another video, but I will say that it's a part of a particular agenda for power, right? That's what we need to know specifically, is that they're not doing anything that they don't usually do. They exploit racial issues for political leverage. This is no different. They exploit racial issues. They incentivize people to support activism groups, right? By putting this content of racial tension on the media on a regular basis, racial propaganda on the media on a regular basis, people sympathize and they support the activist groups. They fund the activist groups. And the politicians chant the values of the activist groups. They get the support of the activist groups, right? And all the while, the politicians are the ones creating the propaganda to receive the support. They're the ones who are the racial problems. The Democrats, they are the racial problem. So today, I want to leave you with the idea of becoming an independent thinker. I don't want you to fall under the spell of anything, including politics, right? And when I say fall under the spell, I simply mean, right, that's why we've hated politics for so long. That's why a lot of us feel and are going to feel like voting in politics doesn't matter, right? It's because we've not had our proper say. We have not been properly educated. We have not properly followed through on how things should work, because we blanketly done what was necessary to survive, even in politics. We've chosen whoever offered us the most. Well, now it's our time to rise. Now we no longer have to depend on anyone or anything for our freedom. We become free as individuals spiritually. We unite as a front, and we determine our government. We determine who our candidates are, if we have candidates, how our government is ran. We assume these positions and these roles. We don't have to rely on voting on anybody because we become them, right? It starts with being free and independent with how you think. Don't just vote Democrat because you used to vote Democrat. Don't just vote Republican because you used to vote Republican. Be independent, because when you become independent, you become innovative. You do things to help and to change based off of who you are and not based off of what your ancestors were or what your neighbor is. So without further ado, we've been on here for about 5 hours. I'm tired. I worked hard on that presentation. So if you're still watching, I would encourage and urge that you share this 3 days from the election, 2 days from the election, whatever day it is, so that we get this out there, so that young people, even older people who may adhere to this information, can have the opportunity to understand what it is that I understand. And it's that we've been deceived. And now is the opportunity to right the wrongs of our history. Caressima Republic, you have your citizenship, spirit, mind, and body. I love y'all.